Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
An amazing event happened on planet Earth in the beautiful city of Beijing, China. The cosmic ray technology was shown for the first time to the public by the financial arm of Keshe Foundation, the American Mark Ray Corporation, which is traded on the US stock exchange. Mr. Keshe himself went to China to show creation of materials from the magnetical fields by using obsolete technology, or what we call rotating gas reactors with electric motors. He's using these old reactors as a starting point for humanity to slowly accept the evolution in science and technology. For 3 days straight, the reactors were run and shown live on Zoom so that anybody from around the world who wanted to could come in and see. Black particles like dust start appearing on the white paper sheets around the reactors. These particles are being created through the reactors and the fields of the universe and the inertia of our planet. They are not coming from the room. There were 4 sets of pairs of reactors with red and green gases spinning in them. We were told they were not CH3 and CuO, but something else. They were set up in a star formation on tables inside the front windows of the Intercontinental Hotel. Anybody passed on the street could see them. White papers and spoons were spread around the reactors to catch the materials being formed from the fields. Some knowledge seekers were able to capture on video when black specks suddenly appeared on the paper, like out of thin air. It was very interesting to witness when energy first appears in the matter state. As time went on and the fields built up and changed strength, the specks formed into bigger pieces and some elongated, and some changed color into gold. This is the first time the public has been able to freely witness the creation of matter from energy. At the end of 3 days, Mr. Keshe collected more particles and showed everyone attending. An interesting thing occurred. When he touched the black dust on the paper with his finger, it turned gold. He said it interacted with the fields of the inertia of the earth through his finger. This phenomenon was written about in ancient times when the Greek god Midas touched things and it was said they turned to gold. What we witness here is how everything in the universe is created, from our cells to the planets and even cancer.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team, otherwise known as the knowledge of the universe in a way. And apparently we de-evolved, as Mr. Keshe sort of mentioned in this last workshop, where what you just saw on the screen, this beautiful demonstration in Beijing, mankind had an aspect of this knowledge thousands and thousands of years ago, and somehow we lost it. So it's being reintroduced in a way, and some other things. As Mr. Keshe said, he's sort of adjusting the soup or the fields and the land and the rest on this planet in the magnetic field strength. So again, we're being touched and maybe perhaps enlightened to go back to this understanding of the energy dimension. And this is the way the universe works, and apparently the way your own structure works. As we heard the over voicing say, this is the way the universe, materials, planets, and even cancer is created. So we have a lot of influence through our emotions and our energies, and that's who we really are first, is the energy dimension. And of course, we're just opening up that dimension in a combination of many different ways, from products in the store to the gameplay to the Ubisoft to the One Nation network, as we're starting to become more and more aware. And this is the way the technology will be delivered, and in a way will bring peace and enlightenment to ourselves. We won't have to go out and teach each one individually. As I see it, this is going to be a collective work. So we already have our one planet, one nation, one race in a virtual sort of setting, but actually it will become reality March 21st if everything goes as planned, where the actual game goes live and people in the United States and Africa and China can start to bring themselves out of poverty or make the planet less harsh to live on. And I was sort of joking earlier, Mr. Keshe gets to do all the easy work in the laboratory and connect the cosmic rays and how to transfer emotions and the rest. And we're going to have the hard part, which is popularizing the game. But I think as it catches on, more and more people will realize that they have a way to actually elevate their own physical life. And we've given many examples of that, and we'll give more. I thought we'd play a couple of the questions, a bit of the teaching, and of course the announcements today, but everyone has a microphone. You're all encouraged to interact and release plasmas, absorb plasmas. And again, we learn from each other. Everyone knows something about something, as I see it. So feel free. Again, no one's wrong, but yet on the other hand, no one's 100% right. We're coming into this knowledge. Mr. Keshe said he's taught everything, but I just wonder if there's a tad more that he's holding back that he hasn't fully taught. And of course, we know the books are going to be finished. There's a number of books that are probably pre-completed already, but he seems to be going to travel to a certain location where he worked with the king in the past and write the books out of that location, and maybe it'll even be a new nation. Of course, he talked a lot about geopolitics as well in this workshop, so we'll try to cover a little bit of that, but feel free to come in. And as usual, we always start with the World Peace Treaty. As Mr. Keshe said, even if we give you the advanced space technology, within 1 or 2 generations, we'll devolve back into killing and eating each other. So the requirement is the elevation of the souls, all souls collectively, from the ant to the lion to the man and to the rest. So this is the process that's going on in the background. We don't fully understand it, but we are supporting it and we are developing it, and we'll go into some of that today. But before we go any further, normally we start by reading the World Peace Treaty. Remember, a new science, this is where the science meets the soul of the man and many other things. A new ethos where the stronger feeds the weaker. And this is part of this World Peace Treaty, finding peace within oneself first, and then thinking about the others in a way later. But he said, first, we must find peace within ourselves. So it's up to you to sort of deal with that battle. And maybe it is an ongoing battle. As we hear, the sun constantly changes positions to bring the situation in the universe and with itself into balance. So perhaps this is something that you don't just arrive there, but it's something you deal with and struggle with and tame in a way, and learn how to tame it more effectively as we go on. But this is the World Peace Treaty. You can find it on any of the search engines, and it's sort of a reactor between you and your soul. And of course, we never knew where the soul was. It was hidden in the West from us. It's more available or talked about, I think, in the Eastern, but even there, again, none of them fully understood it. But this is, in a way, a starting point. This is what Mr. Keshe, or the Keshe Foundation, is offering, advanced space technology in exchange for peace. And I think as we become more peaceful, the knowledge gets opened up to us. Maybe that's the test. I don't know too much, and probably because I'm not fully peaceful, although we know much more than we knew before the Keshe Foundation. But a lot of this is going to be embedded in through the One Nation Network, which we'll hear about, where he said all the teachings will be embedded within the soul of the man. So we'll have quite a larger access, probably when the energy dimension gets added to the physical One Nation Network that we see. And this is all offered in the store. So this is the World Peace Treaty. Would anyone, if you love peace and freedom, would you like to read the World Peace Treaty? And we'll give you a moment to contemplate that. Okay, if no one is able to, I'll read it. I think we're all able to. Maybe you're busy in the background, but that's no problem. We represent each other in a way. And of course, we represent the Creator as well. And this is what we're trying to replicate, to bring the man into a peaceful condition. But as we understand, the creation left this atmosphere and the fields on this planet a little short. And we'll hear that in the first question of the reason the Keshe Foundation is here and some of the work they're doing, not only here, I think, but across the universe, or perhaps mankind will do some of that work in the universe as well. So again, you can find it on the Keshe Foundation, this World Peace Treaty. You can find it on most of the search engines as the Keshe World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, our nation, our territory, our council, our religion, our city, our town, our body, and our soul. Simply put your name there, again, on behalf of, as you choose, and have it witnessed. And of course, after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. So again, by displaying it, if appropriate, and I know it's not illegal to talk about peace, but it seems many more are talking the other way. This is an actual reactor, which there's a field strength in it. I think once you put some of your energies, and again, you don't have to be an angel to sign the World Peace Treaty. You just wish to be more peaceful. Again, within oneself and then within the larger structure. And of course, we have many technologies that will help you to become more peaceful. And maybe you think you already are peaceful, but as we know, the more enlightened you are, the more peaceful you are. And I think the more peaceful you are, the more enlightened you are. As I said, perhaps that's why I don't have a deeper understanding of the knowledge, because I'm not mature enough or peaceful enough. But some of that will be transferred, or much of this, I think, through the gameplay, which we call the game of peace and enlightenment. Any thoughts or any comments from anyone? Rather than read the transcript or go through a synopsis of the transcript, perhaps we'll go to the first question, back to the store, and then back to the overview of the last workshop. Would anyone like to say anything, or Were there points or highlights that touched you that you'd like to share with the others, or how you might have been enlightened? And again, it's a rather gradual process, I think, although you can reach the creator's Unicos instantaneously, but we don't seem to have that knowledge of the C24, as he said. And I think perhaps it's when you see the rest of the creation as yourself or equal to yourself. That could be that dimension. And Mr. Keshe indicated man has not experienced that dimension. But we're being introduced to it, as well as the C18, 16, 14, and the rest. And apparently the soul, your soul, understands how to use these isotopes in different creation processes. I don't have all the answers, but we're just getting closer and closer. But we're still, as I like to say, I think Mr. Keshe is more than a million miles ahead of us with some of his work. But we're being offered to use it. And again, I'm taking up that offer. Ike Ike, I see your mic is open. Is there something you wanted to add, or maybe the volume is down? Okay, then let's go to the workshop. Anyone else have anything they'd like to add? And of course, didn't we sort of see a UFO in the last workshop? We've seen UFOs. Mr. Keshe has shown us pictures before of those show-offs in the universe and others that they've seen over countries. And some of them are not from the universe. We know the 3I is. I think that's been acknowledged, although no one realized the biological life in it, but or for the most part, other than the Keshe Foundation. But now we see some sort of secret weapon or some sort of thing. I remember President Trump saying recently we had weapons beyond the imagination, and Mr. Keshe is saying this sort of weapon that was, or technology that was given in as a defense, apparently is been developed, and there is no defense to it. And he goes into a little bit of that in the workshop. Perhaps we'll hear that as well. But I thought we'd go to this. I believe it's a question from Ozar. Again, we'll just start to listen to this. And we started talking about the origins of the man, but as I said, this is about, as we get into it for a few minutes, and maybe we'll bring up the transcript, you can hear what Mr. Keshe is saying, how as a master chef, in a way, as a universal teacher, what they're working on is the adjustment of the fields of this planet and the work behind the scenes that the creation unfortunately left this place short. And I didn't fully understand when he said you come here to kill. So I know souls do come here. They're lined up to get into a position in the matter state, but he seems to say that this is what they have to work on, is to get this desire. And maybe we shouldn't use kill. As he said, we don't call it killing, we call it stealing of energies from others. And I guess we all participate in that more or less on a regular basis. We don't think we do. We haven't seen it that way. We thought everything was there for us to take, but now we're having a more enlightened position on other entities and the respect we should have for them. So let's hear what Mr. Keshe said about the origin on this planet. At one time, he said it was along the equator in Central Africa, but then he goes on to say there were many regions that provided pretty much the correct conditions for life to take shape, as we see in the Wells fish, which are these fish who sometimes appear in the desert in these little sort of ponds or something, and no one's put a fish there, but the process of creation happens and the fish appears on its own, almost as it created itself in a way. But as Mr. Keshe said, even if the entire planet was wiped out, the way this planet operates, it would start life again. And he goes into how I think we've devolved over the last thousands and thousands of years to become more enamored in the matter state dimension rather than what we used to know and play with, even without sophisticated tools, the energy dimension. So this is what we're bringing humanity back to. Again, opening the mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energies dimension. And we all have it, as he continually reminds us. We operate both in the physicality and we operate in the energy dimension. It's just we haven't realized that we were doing it and some of its ramifications and some of its abilities. So we'll play this first. Feel free to stop it as always. Anyone want to add anything at this point? Oh, I see Gail has joined us. Thank you. Welcome, Gail. Let's adjust our system. There we go. Any comments? Any questions? Okay, here we go. So he goes on near the end to say the reason the Keshe Foundation is here and how they're sort of adjusting the soup in a way, the way a master chef would do. It might need a little more salt or a little less something else or so on and so forth. But this is the analogy is being used, that the soup needs to be corrected.
A hand up here. Azar, please go ahead.
Good morning, Rick. Good morning, Mr. Keshe. Mr. Keshe, I have a question regarding, if you remember, if I'm correct, you said the origin of the man started in Africa. So
one of them, and yes.
Okay, so we started in Africa, we moved to like Mesopotamia, and then we went to Europe, and then Asia, and then Africa. So, I mean, as a circle, we went back there. But then my question is, when you look at the past in Europe, there were a lot of, Hassan and I were talking about this, there were a lot of warmongering in Europe before the North America be discovered, like between themselves, like British and France, and then the Irish and all that, the knights and all the kings. And then when they discovered, European discovered North America, they brought that over there. But when you go back prior to that, too, in area of Iran, Persia, under the Kurush, there's so many different bloodshed. And then that notion of, and then we talk about the warmongering is the defect in DNA because of the planet Earth or amino acid. But then my question is, I don't think human, I mean, the only conclusion I came with, because if you look at that area, there was any war, and then in one part there was so much warmongering, and then North America also became the same, became the leader of the warmongering, North America. Then the question comes, I think humans are not warmongering or like to have war or in that direction, but I think there must be some infiltration of other entities on this planet that interbreed with humans, and they created this warmongering among humanity. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. What is your explanation on this?
You got to go back to understand the cycle of life on this planet.
So we've heard this theory many times that others are interfering. Perhaps there are other entities here, we know. A third of the people on this planet are not from here. They're just hiding in the clothes of the man in a way. And I guess so are we, but Mr. Keshe goes on to explain more. Any comments? I know someone used to say that these entities are being banished, or perhaps again, the field strength on this planet won't allow that type of entity, if they exist, to manifest, or even in the dimension of energy here. as the fields change on this planet, maybe this won't be. I wouldn't think this is a massive part of the creation, but obviously we know that some entities are show-offs, and perhaps other entities have other similar situations, as he said, with the emotions of the man, for attention or for abuse. And maybe by elevating the fields on this planet, that sort of entity can't exist in this location. I don't know, change of condition. Any thoughts? Again, I didn't sort of subscribe to this because the devil and the demons and all this stuff is more or less a made up thing, and heaven and hell and the rest of this, which we are starting to understand a little bit more. So let's hear more.
First of all, the dominant race which we see now surviving and being part of the humanity is what we see traces from Central Africa, Central Africa. The condition on Earth was favorable in other positions, and other races were developed the same as the one in Africa.
And this is a good example of sometimes you hear something from 2015 and it sounds quite solid. Here he's saying there were other civilizations where conditions were created that they could have appeared or were favorable for life to start. So we see how a different time, a different position, a different wording in a way.
It seems we see a race in South America. We see, if you listen to the history of the man, they tell you one race superimpose, or what you call it, overtook the other race when they came into conflict. Central Asia, Central Africa, Central America, part of Venezuela, New Zealand, sorry, has been the favorable land for life to start. The right combination of the chemicals, the right atmosphere. And then it goes back to the story of what we call the well fish. You have a water wells, you always find a fish in it. Where did it come from? Is the condition of the transfer, is it the same? There are two schools of thoughts which are running very deep in the background, and is not in what we call the science of today. Especially, it's getting a lot of attention in the past 3 to 5 years, and that is the cycle of life on this planet is not the cycle. There has been generation of lives on this planet 130 years ago, 130,000 years before, and they came to an end. The condition of the planet brought, it's not that there was something like a meteorite hit. The data gives us a repetition of the cycle of lives on this planet. And somebody has done a very interesting request from AI in the past few weeks, asking a simple question. The way the man is going, with the present knowledge, with the present technology, with the present AI and the robotic, when is the end of this cycle? Which means the man will not be here to exist, because what you call robots and the rest, you see them more positive than the destruction way of man. And the estimate is somewhere around mid-2045. AI says man will annihilate himself by 2045.
Any thoughts on that? Are we headed for a crash and we can't see it? And again, as Mr. Keshe said, even if every life was extinguished on this planet, the very next moment the planet itself would, because it's a self-sustaining and a creator of life in the universe. So it has everything it needs to begin the process over again. But I think Mr. Keshe is saying maybe we can not go and hit the wall. we can intervene and become enlightened to be able to exist past that point. And again, this is just the AI, and we know the AI has a lot of illusions within it, but it also is quite accurate on many of the details, even beyond lawyers and doctors and surgeons and people that examine x-rays and mapping and the rest. It has quite a tendency to discover new things within what we just look at and can't see. So perhaps they're onto something, or again, a warning.
Which means, be it a nuclear weapon, being malfunctioning, being whatever, all the data at the moment AI considers is 2045, which means we reached that point of poisoning of the atmosphere, psychological, electronics, and what they call mechanical system take over the life of the man and the rest. But we have a date that says 130,000 years ago, there was a full cycle of life better than us at this moment of time.
Any exception to that? So I thought we had gone forward. Here, it sounds like we've gone backwards. We've gone forward into the matter state, but backwards into the energy dimension. And that was many, many, many generations ago. So we de-evolved in a way. I think Michael Cremo has a book, De-Evolution.
They even understood the knowledge of the universe. There is another cycle which goes back over 500 million years ago, 500,000 years ago. We see scientific achievements in those days, even more advanced than us. They went on the energy side. They don't have much tools, but we see some part of it.
Any comments on this? Anyone? Remember, Mr. Keshe said they're trying to take us back to the time before cell phones. Maybe you'll still have a cell phone to communicate with someone who doesn't, but the zero-time communication was the way we communicated, through the energy dimension. So we must have understand, as he said, they're much more advanced, 500, what did he say? 500,000 years ago. So 500,000 years ago. And I think some discoveries have been found in certain areas of this planet that, again, under 20 or 30 feet of crust, that shows some very advanced technologies. I think about some of the discoveries in Russia and things with very small sort of coils and things embedded into other things. You can find those pictures. I can't quite think of it, but again, they estimated that time was a few 100,000 years ago when those were embedded into the stone. Okay, Gail would like to be co-host, and I would like her to be co-host. I had made you once, perhaps that you've dropped. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Gail. All right, we continue. Any other comments anyone would like to make? Again, this is all new ways of looking. We thought we got smarter. Certainly, he said we've become more intelligent, and this is one of the reasons for but perhaps we got more intelligent in the matter state and thinking how clever we were, as I thought I was clever by sort of becoming more unconnected from the computer. And now I find that I have to pay people just to turn it on for me. No, I'm just kidding. But you know, that sort of thinking where you think you're clever, but actually you trap yourself. And this apparently is what mankind has done. They've trapped themselves in a matter dimension and not wanting to acknowledge or work with the energy dimension, even though in the background you're working with it. We just call it coincidences or other things. And of course, feeding yourself, as we all know, that dimension is quite active on a regular basis.
And has discovered these items but never understood what they are. Now we advance in technology, we understand more. We got to understand in part of the what we call geological development of the man, and now we have items which we couldn't say but they are 130,000 years old and are more advanced than us. We've seen more advanced technologies.
Anyone can think of what example he's referring to? Remember, Mr. Keshe says he's been reading quite a lot of research papers on a regular basis, but they're 130,000 years old, these artifacts, and are more advanced than us. Anyone have any example of that?
I don't know if this is an example, but interesting, some people that are actually from South Africa have a place there, and they are very busy looking at all of the ancient tech. And they were showing me wheels. Some of them are in stone, but it actually looked like a place where a spaceship itself could come in. It's very, very interesting. And I mean, because it is looking like stone or what we think of as stone, then it's obviously been there for a very long time. But there's a lot of things that haven't been really looked at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think a lot of knowledge has been kept out of the public domain, especially about the energy dimension or even some of the large skeletons that have been sort of vacuumed up by the Smithsonian and sort of disappeared. I mean, very large skeletons across the United States and other locations. So there
yes,
yes, go ahead.
and in Peru, you will find steps that only a giant would be busy walking up. Very interesting, going to the top of the Machu Picchu and everything in Peru. It's beautiful. It's amazing.
Any other thoughts, or we'll continue with this till I think there's just a few more minutes left.
1,000 years ago. And then they tell us, oh, our scientists have made a lot of mistakes in it. But how does not matter what we do, man, with the structure of this planet comes to kill, to destroy.
Now, this is the part that I didn't quite understand. But how does not matter what we do? Man, with the structure of this planet, comes to kill, to destroy itself. Does that mean we came here because it's sort of a free-for-all and we wanted to participate in that? And of course, we knew the fields allowed this in a way, or kept us short that we could do that sort of thing? Or what is he talking about here? Anyone? So here's the key component where he says we're here to, in a way, adjust the soup. I don't think he uses soup here. He uses soup in another couple other locations. But this is the reason the universal teachers and other entities working on this project, including some of us ourselves, I think, the knowledge seekers are, again, supporting and developing this whole thing. And maybe the souls came here for that reason. But it seems like this is, in a way, a speakeasy or someplace you can go to do things maybe you can't do in other parts of the universe, but this is what they're here to solve or to adjust or to balance with a combination of ways.
So, and now we want to stop that. You have to change.
Sorry, I'm just going to back it up and we'll hear this.
What we call geological development of the man, and now we have items which we couldn't say, but they are 130,000 years old and are more advanced than us. We've seen more advanced technologies 11,000 years ago. And then they tell us, oh, our scientists have made a lot of mistakes in it. But how does not matter what we do, man, with the structure of this planet comes to kill, to destroy itself. And now we want to stop that. You have to change the atmosphere. You have to change this poison air magnetic field on this planet, which sees destruction as the only solution. And this is part of adding to it. What is missing in the soup is the last ingredient, which comes with technology. we're trying to deliver.
So it's not a physical soup, obviously, it's a soup of fields. And this is what they've come to add the correct ingredients. He said the last ingredients, what is missing in this soup. And again, this is beyond my understanding of how this is done planet-wide and touching the different strengths of souls on this planet. But again, if someone gave me a Ferrari to use, I wouldn't say, well, he said you can use it as long as you'd like. Just because I didn't build it or I didn't pay for it, am I going to reject that offer?
And needs to be uprooted within, but you cannot uproot when you have the poison in the land. You have to change it. And the change comes through what we call what we see. Understanding of the higher level technology that can change the whole. That's why we put our ONN in. That's why we're testing even tomorrow.
Are you catching the way the technology is going to be delivered and expanded? This is why we're putting the one ONN in, the One Nation Network, and we'll go to the store in a moment and explore that for a moment further.
With these dimensions of new, what we call cosmic ray, field energies, what we call a spectrum. And today's session is done in a very specific way. We have asked only one person to carry out a test for us, which we'll know after the session, which gives us a prelude to tomorrow's session, that how partially our system reacts. One of the knowledge seekers already is set up for this purpose. And then we see how we open the dimensions in other directions. And you have to change the poison within the atmosphere of this planet, which forces killing, need for energy, and need for recognition, need for hierarchy. And then we'll see how the next step takes.
So are you getting the bigger picture of what they're doing in the background, what they're embedding into the system, the way they're setting up an alternative in a way? Again, virtual, one nation, one planet with a virtual coin used internally to the Keshe Foundation. We don't know exactly what the fields are and how he's touching all the souls, but this is the idea of creating this grid network, which will be, again, further developed as time goes on through 26 and into 27. And all he's asking you to do is participate in it. As he said, we'll handle everything in the background. He gets the easy part of the work, and we get the hard job of having to popularize it and show other people how to use it. Of course, I'm just joking. As I said, Mr. Keshe is probably millions of years ahead of us in understanding the precise strength and dimension and combination of energies needed to, again, remove this poison from the land and the atmosphere, and of course from our structure as well. Anyone want to add anything? So it's quite a large work going on in the background, and since he mentioned the One Nation Network, perhaps we should go to the Keshe Foundation store. And Mr. Keshe mentioned a number of beautiful offers within the Keshe Foundation store. Maybe we should see that first. But when we talk about the One Nation, this is the One Nation item here. You can just click on it. This is the wallet, which is part of playing officially, I think. And one of my goals is to, if I do earn some Keshe coin and I'm able to purchase the wallet, is to give the wallet in a way on a condition that if you receive a free wallet, you'll then, as you play the game over the coming period, you'll purchase a wallet and gift it to someone else, or just allow that fund to be used by the Keshe Foundation to gift a wallet to someone in need. And there's many, many millions, tens of millions, and probably billions who are just eking out an existence on this planet, a wallet like this would be perhaps out of reach because the budgets are so tight. And again, when you're not understanding this, this could be just appears as a dream. This is something wishful, or it's another sort of scam or something like this. If they can get €100 for each wallet and sell millions or a billion wallets, now you have a lot of, but that's not the way it's set up. It's set up to elevate everyone. But again, we're going to have to do the harder part of the job, and that's to popularize this, which is actually the easier part of the job. So this is what he's talking about, the One Nation Network. And of course, there's offers in the store to bring in products, again, to create a peaceful condition in the home. And how much is that? Maybe you have an issue with a son or a daughter or a spouse or a lover, and just bringing items into the home, not having to know how to make them, not having to know how the technology works, but just placing them in the environment as they go to work. I think that would be a very inexpensive way to bring peace and balance, perhaps to a child, perhaps to a relationship, perhaps even with pets in the home that have been acting up. But you can, this is the cosmic ray transmission session, which I didn't want to get to. But these are the products and the new offers. I didn't find the sweet beads, but this is another piece of technology, again, advanced space technology, by just wearing the bracelet, even if you've never heard of the Keshe Foundation before. He calls it sweet because this deals with the certain condition of sugar that's not able to be handled. So you don't need to make it. You don't need to know how it works. Just by wearing it and wishing for it to work, I think you'll find some success or help in that area of dealing with sweet. And many, many people have to deal with that. So that was another product that is coming to the Keshe Foundation store. Again, he's not telling you to make it, not telling you how the trick is done, but he's saying for a very minimal cost, you can have that in your home to provide. So these little gifts and little figurines that are made, they're not only decorative, they're quite functional as well. And I thought we'll play that because Mr. Keshe, as he did with the chess set and the rest, explained a little bit more of technologies that are sort of hidden with these things. But just by putting them in the home, you can bring some peace and balance within the structure, even if the others don't even know what they're there for. They're just little sort of toys or figurines or something like that. So why don't we go to, perhaps I think it's, not sure, 50. I'm going to try and see if we can find this in the workshop where Rick plays some of the offers here. Okay, so we took care of that. I think we'll go back to the beginning. These are the new pain pens, and again, another fantastic development where the pain pens will, even though they're individual use, will be connected to the central energy system. And these new type of pain pens, if you have perhaps a broken bone, they can be hooked up to the system, again, remotely. And then the same two pain pens can be used for a migraine condition. Again, he said they're going to be hooked up remotely. And again, I don't know how that would be done. And as he said a number of times, that the pain pens that the Keshe Foundation makes are way different than the pain pens the knowledge seekers make. We haven't gotten the depth of knowledge and the understanding. But these are the new offers in the store. You can find that as well. So let's just see if Rick has this. I think it just starts right here. And we'll see some of the offers and show you in the Keshe Foundation store where some of these small figurine type of items, and there's many items and many more to be added, And of course, some people have issues with the store. We've explained that a little bit before. That should be corrected with the new store, Shopify. I think will be set up in the coming time as well. So let's see some of these. Here's the new paint pen for 129. Suggestion is to have two, keep them as individual use. These are some of the small eggs that you can bring in. Again, perhaps coasters here. A lot of these, as he said, are meant to be hung or suspended from a string, perhaps in a room, in a window, in a location, multiple ones spread around the environment. These are only €20 plus the value added tax. Here's a couple of these figurines, but again, bringing peace and balance into the environment without you perhaps being aware of it or not even being aware of it. And test these. I think this is a very small price. Here's another large one of these cubes. I think Mr. Keshe referred to. These are 99. Same thing, mini aquarium, crafted for the use in your house to bring balance, peace, and joy throughout the plasmatic field interactions. That was one of the things I wished for in the transmission session, was to be happier. I don't mean I'm unhappy, but I'm sure I can be happier about more things, or perhaps not yet connected to a field of seeing negative things and sort of expanding that. So that was one of my wishes in the last transmission session. But it's not so much about the individuals participating, but the collective development. And of course, that's another offer in the Keshe Foundation store. I think there's 2 left now. This is the cosmic ray transmission, which again, 500. You're keeping the Keshe Foundation free to develop for humanity. And of course, we've played that video about keeping the Keshe Foundation free, and at that time, how they were sort of, by changing salinity remotely in the kidney, were actually in a few sessions dissolving stones, where the stone doesn't be there anymore without any medicine or outside, in a way, mechanical intervention. So this has already been shown, and now it's being expanded. Again, he's not telling us how he does that remotely. But I think some teams, and again, the knowledge is secure in many locations, that this is just in its infancy and will be expanded more through the One Nation Network. So by participating, if possible, or if you're apprehensive but have the ability to buy a ticket for another, this is a great gift and it won't go to waste. So there's the February 27th and then the March 27th session. Again, keeping the Keshe Foundation free to develop for humanity. So let's go back to our workshop and hear a little bit about the offers that we were just showing, some of the little figurines and things, and more of these types of things will be added to the store, as I understand it. Any thoughts or comments from anyone, if you'd like to add anything or discuss anything or ask any questions of our erudite panelists? Okay, let's hear a little bit more about the offers. And again, we've seen these a couple of times now. We can review them, but this may be for people who come in the future and hear this recording, or any of them, that they can find the store and operate through it and start to become part of the soup or the One Nation Network, or perhaps part of that dimension of the C24, which I think that dimension will be introduced in a way, maybe in a soft way, into the One Nation Network program.
I'm not sure if it's the right time to ask before Alex comes on, or maybe afterwards. That question Ed brought up about the hydrogen and carbon connection, utilizing the emotions. I don't know what Alex thought about that. Can you explain more on that?
Maybe in the Q&A with Alex, unless he opens his mic now. He may be mixing a soup for us in the background.
Okay, no problem.
but if he opens his mic, it's no problem for me either. It doesn't matter where I go, I can always absorb more because I haven't absorbed much, or maybe there's just so much to absorb you never get to the final conclusion. As we know, the creator is even still learning about his creation. But Alex has jumped in. If you'd like me to go to the transcript, I'm not sure where Ed's question starts, but I know it's about carbon. Perhaps, Alex, if you're up for it?
Well, let me give it an attempt, please, because of Ike's question. So the way we see the manifestation is in a matter state. And we've been saying all along that that matter state may be plasmatic or may be physical. And so we understand the differences. But the fact of the matter is that to complete that physical matter state, there must be an accompanying an accompaniment from another plasma state, because the plasma state is a substructure. Each of these dimensions is an inertia field, and overall, it constitutes the matter state as we know it. But overall, these dimensions are supported exclusively by the matter state. I'm sorry. These dimensions, let me repeat, are supported overall by the plasma state. This plasma state is not part of the matter state. It is the underlying structure. So when we want to do something, let's say we want to go to the grocery store, there's an emotion attached to that and say, oh, well, you know, I need to go get some food, and, you know, I have a choice to walk or take a car. And so I may get into the car and I'll get there. And so the motion is driven by the emotion. So in other words, even though you're physically capable, you're not going to move until you have some kind of emotional force applied to that and saying, look, I'm hungry, or the fridge is empty, I need to go get some food. So the instigator is the emotion there. Now, when you get into the plasma state, there is no physical manifestation. So if you were to then use the same emotional state to instruct the plasma state, that's not going to work. Because first of all, it's orders of magnitude weaker. It's in a different dimension. And in many ways, it's a different language. So because of the weakness of it, it renders itself to be a feedback, not a feeding stage. The plasma itself is a feeding stage. And so in order to feed, that energy comes from the creator, and it's always positive. It's unconditional. So in order for us to advance to that point, we have to adopt those characteristics. And this is where the dilemma comes in. Not only do we not understand the differences in the emotional states, but we don't understand the difference between conditional emotion and unconditional emotion. So that's not to say that we abdicate all actions with respect to our outcomes. We do make choices. But since we have the absence of the unconditional choice, and we forget that, you know, when we're hungry, we're not just going to die instantly because we're hungry. We're just, you know, going to have a little bit of discomfort, the way we conditioned ourselves. And so in that condition, we need to get the food. And in that condition, it is actually giving us the feedback, if you will. So the emotion, in that case, is going to physically activate a physical movement and feed us. and that is the difference between the plasma state and the matter state. Why is there a difference in that? When you have both are being affected by the emotion, and that was going to be a major point of the discussion when I come back. Over to you, Mark.
Okay, we can revisit this during your Q&A. If there's not a lot of questions asked, then you can go through this question and we can stop it and I can get some clarification.
Just make sure that Ike is okay with that explanation.
Yeah, it starts, it builds up from there. As usual, you get more info when you give these answers. There's deeper, interesting other questions that follow up. But yeah, we're here, we listen.
So one knowledge seeker said earlier, when we talk about isotopes, we talk about the matter state. And is this an isotope in the energy dimension? The 12, 14, 24, 48, 600, whatever? Is this a type of a, though it's not an isotope, it's a different strength, let's say.
Yeah, field strength.
Would be a different isotope, a different field strength, yeah.
And those would all be in matter state.
Okay. I know he said the soul uses isotopes to manifest itself in another part of this workshop. So the soul is aware of the different isotopes to use. But again, I wasn't sure about the matter state versus the energy. I know, as he said, if you talk about hydrogen to someone from the universe, they're going to shrug their shoulders and say they don't know what you're talking about. But if you talk of its strength, then they're clued into that.
Okay, in light of what you just said, Mark, may I just add two things: the differentiated and undifferentiated cells you have when you cut yourself. So the blastema cells are undifferentiated. They are a protein. They are a cell, and they come basically to protect the wound. And it is from that protection that you manifest a scab. But underneath the scab, you now have a protection that is going to give you a delay of activity where you can first detoxify the scab. So in other words, whatever is causing the wound there in terms of damaged tissue can be removed by one way or another. That's another subject. But the point is, before the wound can heal, the toxicity has to leave. Once that is gone, then the wound begins the healing process. And at that point, it has to build more cells that are actually differentiated. And those cells will have to be, excuse me, if you cut yourself on your wrist, they will have to be wrist cells. And if you cut yourself in your knee, they'll have to be knee cells. That's how they differentiate. So in terms of when you say an energy field and how the manifestation is done through those dimensions, in terms of the matter state, that would be differentiated. So which is why we get carbon 12, 14, 24, and 48. But once we go beyond that, and it's no longer carbon, see, the fact that you call it carbon is immediately differentiated into the matter state. But if it is an energy strength, then you can differentiate the carbon strength by the number. So carbon 12 and carbon 14 would be different energy strengths, but they're still carbon and they're still in matter state. So if we want to get to the point where we can achieve and transcend the matter state, then we have to go beyond, exclusively beyond, into the plasma state, at which point that energy will not be differentiated. However, that energy will have the characteristics of its inherent origin and will contain information that would actually manifest carbon under the right circumstances. So it's all provided for. It's just like the DNA in your cells. Every DNA in every cell in your body is complete. But you make thumbs, you make knees, you make noses, and how does that differentiate? So the nearness and proximity to the neighbors is what affects the manifestation. So that blueprint is always carried forward, but you only select what you need depending on the environment. So when you're traveling through the energies of creation, that's all undifferentiated. So the entire pack of what you need is being carried. How are we selecting that process? How talented are we? Skillful are we? And how much aware are we? So we're just starting to begin to be aware that we can create and manifest a carbon in, let's say, for instance, here, 4 different energy states. So if we can do that, then how high can you go? While you're asking that question, well, how low can you go? And then how do you get all the other elements on the periodic table? Because they go through the same thing. So if you change the density of the carbon, it could end up being silicon and could end up being gold. So the differentiation is kind of the key here in determining the effect of the emotion. Back to you, Mark.
Alex, Mr. Keshe also said you see the multiples 12, carbon 12, and then you skip 1, carbon 14. In the previous teaching, that one that was skipped was the connector, carbon 13, but then the communication is carbon 14. So 14 becomes the boundary. Then you have 16, 18, and then it jumped to 24. So how so past 22, 20, then 20 to 24? Any insight on that?
So the carbon 12, when we look at it in the physical state, is totally ignoring the plasma aspect of the matter state. And so we have to understand that there is a reflection or a mirror image to the carbon 12 that is supporting that carbon 12. And so each one is supported by the isotope. So if we're looking at just progression through there, the carbon 12 is supported by the carbon 14 because that's a connector to the plasma state. But that carbon 14 is not necessarily the supporter of the carbon 24 or the carbon 48. It's just that when you look at the physicality, just like you do the octaves on a piano, each octave doubles the frequency. So 12 double, 24 double is 48, and that's how you progress. The 14 is not part of this sequence. In that regard, the 14 is actually in a separate, well, what shall we call it? It's in a separate transcendent state. And that is its ability to actually cross over into the plasma supporting structure. So that becomes the connector. But the carbon 14 on its own is only one of these particular connectors. And it becomes, well, what I'm calling an inflection point, so that the connection, or as you said, the jump from 12 to 14, is going on. These are all even numbers. The even numbers represent stability. The odd numbers are asymmetric. And so they represent instability, and you need that instability to disassociate the magnetical from the gravitational field. The disassociation of the magnetical from the gravitational does not need to destroy the gravitational maggrav position. So as we look at the cover of book number 3, the division of the neutron dividing into the electron proton, the electron proton is the MAGRAV of the atomic structure, but the PM tick is the dissociation of that energy in the plasmatic state. So you could say in a simple context that the neutron will perish in that transaction. It'll be completely consumed, but it doesn't have to be consumed necessarily. It can also be depleted, because as long as it maintains its abundance of energy so that it can withstand that depletion, so in other words, to give of itself, it can also take then to replenish that. And this is the key to the give and take of the energy. So it's all dependent on the field strength of the MAGRAV condition at that particular point. But that MAGRAV condition can be in its matter state or can be exclusively in a plasmatic state. So we're using the matter state to explain how the gravitational component of the MAGRAV condition is created. But we can do the same thing in the plasma state if we could understand the rules of how the energy is exchanged. Back to you.
Any other thoughts, Ike?
No. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, very good. I was going to play the gifts or the offers in the store, but we're going to do the Peace Dome. But I thought Mr. Keshe did speak a lot about geopolitics and so on and so forth. So perhaps we'll go to this question. And of course, this is where he showed that the technology has been developed into sort of a UFO in a way. And again, he's not hidden this. In the past, he said that the Iranians were flying over the United States pretty regularly, but we didn't have the radars to detect them. And again, he said there was no defense against this weapon, and hopefully it's not used as a, he said it was gifted to be a defensive position. The technology was not to be used to harm, but again, defense is, I guess, part of this. So let's go to the workshop. We'll go to around 2:12. Oops, I'm on the wrong page.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Okay, so just give me a little extra time then, please, okay?
Yeah, all right. We have plenty to contemplate, think about, absorb. And again, no soul has a corner on knowledge, as I understand it. So we all have access. And again, we absorb based on our intellect and our understanding. And that, as he said, we're all growing into this knowledge at our own, in a different strength and a different speed. So no one is wrong and no one's 100% right. We're all, in a way, at a position, and we're hopefully expanding or moving closer to the creator in a way. So let's hear this idea of what Mr. Keshe was talking about with the picture in the UFO and this what's happening, what we see.
When I showed, when you just seen past part of the teaching, you see the Iranian UFO like this. It's got a head, and then it got body, and then it got this. When we show UFOs, the Foundation UFOs are like this. This structure here tells me the Iranian development, what they've decided to do is on the mechanical basis of their plasma. They have structured an object and they have put a system inside it that moves this object. With the system which we developed, with the field forces, we decide the shape of the object. We don't need to make the object. This has a what we call aircraft hangar position. This has universal position inside. That's why stars are so big, and universes are so big, and everything else, because the field forces decides the shape and the size and the position. And these field forces decides the size of the hydrogen within it. We are using hydrogen from planet Earth, so our hydrogen is predictated by. If we use a hydrogen base from another star, this will be different. This shows the call, when you look at that picture from Iran with a member of the parliament in front of it, it shows is a mechanical system. It's the original Iranian system which I built in Iran. We saw this figure. So they built, they put something in. You saw in Beijing, where we made a system and material fell on the floor because we did not do something else which would have given it the shape. And these are, you look at something, we look at the scientifically different way. A man needs to understand this. And then, if you can create this condition of the hydrogen structure atom of the galaxy, another universe, you transmute to that universe. Why does the structure of the hydrogen in a tree is different than a man? Man has not understood that gap is difference between the electron and protons of that wave strength in that position. Why stones? Every stone has within it structure. Every single cell which you buy as a mineral, stone, rock, or whatever, has a structure of the hydrogen in it. Manipulation of it, which makes it an atomic structure. This has not been understood, so we still battle with aircraft hangars and the rest, and you saw in Beijing in demonstrations. And in some tests we've done, people can put their hands in the fields. They feel it. They don't see their hand. They see their hand. Originally, this was done by Ali in Canada, if you remember, a few years ago, but he didn't understand it.
Anyone want to explain that if they were familiar what Ali did? He put his hands in the field and it disappeared, but Mr. Keshe said he didn't understand it. Did he just hit on that by perchance and couldn't replicate it, or anyone? I know there was some stories, maybe others know more. We'll hear in some of the other sessions.
Yeah.
And Mark, what does Alex think about that?
He's welcome to open his mic again. He'll have to take his apron off because I know he's fixing a special dish for us in the background.
Which specific point? There's a lot in there. Yeah.
Mark, I'm back.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry, Alex. I just want to know if you put your hand into a field, whether you can see it or not, you're in it. It sounds like he went into a different dimension, and that did not include his physicality. His physicality didn't match or something. Is that part of it?
I'm going to try. I'm going to try and explain it. So the situation at that point in time, they were creating a field, and Ali put his hand into that field, and so he was still there, but you couldn't see his hand. So the reason for it is because of the convergence of energy into his mind, and that energy was being redirected. So everything that was outside of that field was coming into his mind, and it was then interpreted as a physical manifestation. The other energy that was encapsulating his hand was not being emitted, and so there was nothing for the mind to process. So it's not that the hand wasn't there, it's just that the mind couldn't process it. And the mind has to process this in the matter state in order for you to be able to see it. And this is where the problem stems. So
Was it observable outside or him, the observer?
I
the
heard it was
observer
observable.
in order for the observer to observe it, it has to be in the physical matter state. That is what the visible light is, and that's why it is at the slowest speed. So when we're operating in the plasma state, we're operating at, if you will, higher speeds. And so the light itself is actually not visible because it is operating at that speed. So we don't have the capability of seeing that. Now there are intermediate colors that we could see, but we have to develop our skill set to do that. So that is not a physical disability. That is a skill disability. However, in terms of our processing, our observation, that has to be in the physical matter state. And so since it was encapsulated by a plasmatic condition, which was not emitting the physical, we couldn't process it. That's really what it is. But so from the observer's point of view, and this is why the spaceships flying around, they are not visible in the physical matter state. And even the conventional systems that we have, regardless of how advanced they are, they're always dependent on the physical matter state. So the confirmation of the physical matter state is fundamental to the observation. And that doesn't mean it's not there. And it's basically what we laughingly refer to as the Helen Keller syndrome. The lady was deaf and dumb, if you will, or blind and had no auditory capabilities. If the tree fell in the forest and you weren't there to witness it or hear the thud as the tree fell to the ground, did the tree fall? So this is the same thing that happens. What are you doing in your home? I can't see what you're doing. And so does that mean you're not doing anything? And then this is how we've conditioned our youth. Just listen to their conversation on the phone. They have the sophisticated communication system, and one says to the other, so what are you doing? Nothing. Oh yeah, and what are you doing? Nothing. So they're doing nothing. So we accept that as an answer of a tangible thing. Well, so we can go to the next step, and then so people think, it's an accomplishment. Well, what did you do today? Well, I heard this, and it was just stunning. Well, I went to the washroom. Well, congratulations, that is an accomplishment. But, they're speaking the truth. So nothing is nothing. You're always doing something. So you can't say I'm not doing nothing. So it's like Ali had his hand in there. Said, well, okay, you can't say that the hand is not there. The hand is there, but you can't see it because you can't process it. So we need to exercise our imagination to a certain extent, but not to be unrealistic in our imagination, but to understand that our imagination affects the outcome. So one of the key points, and I'll just end with this, the key point for the plasma game is that it is preying on the greed of man. And if you fall into that trap, that's how you will play the game. And I think at this point in time, we are trying to transition from what the majority of gamers are playing, war games and hate games and competition, extreme competition. So I'm the king of the castle, and you're just an untouchable. So what we have to understand is that every action has a reaction. So good thoughts have to apply. So it just because we don't see it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Just because we don't see the consequences today doesn't mean there won't be consequences because of our lowest energy state. It imparts a delay. And this is what we're having trouble getting away from, because we don't recognize that delay. We don't see the actions or consequences. And when I say we, that's all of us. None of us are immune to that, because it is an ailment of our existence on this planet. And this is what we're trying to correct. So we can correct it in our physicality, talk good, speak good, think good, but we have to mean it. So that has to come from within. And then we see the balance of incentives that is manifest as a result of that. Over to you, Mark.
Okay. Thank you. Let's finish. I don't know if this has been finished.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
And oops, let's just see if there's more.
Shall we call it a day?
Okay, and just to show everyone, and of course this was shown before, this is the, okay, this is, I'm just trying to find the UFO that he was referring to. Here it is right here. And of course, perhaps we're going to listen to the announcements again more about after Rick had played the video from the store. So I think we're going to go to, and this is last week's or this week's sort of update from Mr. Keshe. It's only about 4 minutes long. So we're going to go to that right here. And perhaps I can bring the beautiful transcript. Thank you so much for the creators. More beautiful work coming for all of us. All right, let's start here. I think, again, a little bit more of the, if this is the right spot, and I'm not sure it is. Okay. A little bit more on this Iranian UFO.
How we can share more knowledge.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. Again, I remind our attendees that you can raise your virtual hand if you'd like to ask a question.
Okay, I think we missed the announcements somehow. Let me just go back. I think it's only about 4 minutes, so I'm just going to go back about 4 or 5 minutes here. Let's see if we can pick it up. Here we go.
4, because now there is no plastic covering the interaction between the person.
Talking about the pain pens.
We can listen to the same person talking live in real time with Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much. I think you've seen these items are already priced, and they're on the website of the Keshe Foundation. What we call the products have been packaged in 5 and 10 for the gel packs, and the items of the resin has been left freely. The important thing about this, what we see on the screen, the new pen paint, these are made of resin, and they carry a much more powerful interaction than before, because now there is no plastic covering the interaction between the person holding it and the position, so distribution of the energy. These paint pens, the new generation of it will come out maybe in next few months, where they internally will be connected to the system of the obesus, which means when you have a condition, you use these pen pens instead of what we call your mobile phone, connecting directly to the system, preset, and will carry the universal transmission units inside them, which means for a specific conditions, in a way, when you buy the apps, these are the connection with the apps. We're a few months away from this, but the system will be embedded inside this.
So you see how far the development is. Again, we heard the Keep Keshe Foundation free and some of the things they developed remotely. Well, now the pain pens and many other things are going to be connected into a much bigger system. As he said, we only need one system, and that's the system of the Keshe Foundation, the UBSOS or other systems that we've seen. And again, I don't know how to connect a pain pen to the system. This is, again, kept within the Keshe Foundation. But you can have the pain pen, you can use the pain pen, you can connect the pain pen to different conditions remotely. Again, I think they suggest the pain pens are for single use. They may not, or they may work on someone else, but as Mr. Keshe said, they'll come up with or they have a system that needs to be finished where you can sort of neutralize some of these devices that they can be used on multiple individuals. So, but we're not quite there yet. So it's a single use, but that single use for yourself can be changed from a headache to a cramp to something else. As I said, perhaps even one of those migraine headaches that are so debilitating. So it's multifunction and it's being set up that way. As he said, when you buy the app, then you can sort of have it focused different energies for different condition. So it's quite versatile and specific.
Any condition, the pen as a relief of pain is supplied for under license and certification, will be connected to the central, what we call energy system of the Keshe Foundation across the world, which means diabetic and cancer, anything will be done, diagnosis of the doctors, once these systems are certified, and you just keep it at home. And then you change for another condition you have.
Okay, so I think we can see how it works. So if you are making a pain pen or something, it would be enhanced if it was connected to the Keshe Foundation, but I don't know of anyone who's actually done that or it's even been encouraged. Again, the magician is not revealing the trick, so to speak, and most good magicians don't. You can see how it's done in a way, and you can try to replicate it, but recreating some of these magic tricks by magicians this is why they keep it quite quiet so no one can replicate it. And I think this is the approach the foundation is taking at this level of maturity of humanity. As we mature, more knowledge will come to us. Just my understanding, of course. But continue to experiment. We're not discouraging it, but you can see how far advanced remotely connecting pain pens for different conditions. And again, at a very inexpensive cost compared to a life of pain.
Broken bones you want to heal faster, you just use the pen, you ask, you join the app will transmit changes to your pen, and voila, it's done. There's a lot of these things coming up, but we are setting the structure in the background. There's a huge amount of work is going in the background in the Keshe Foundation to create a new dimension and condition. And as we said, this is part of it. The ONN system will support this. And we gradually break up in 2026 the technology of the Keshe Foundation worldwide in a very large scale, massive way, which we are now working on, the team of the Keshe Foundation, the knowledge seekers and non-knowledge seekers who work with the foundation to expand this technology beyond. There is one point which is not available at the moment. We just tell you about it, that it will be set up it's already set up, going through its tests this week. And that is the Keshe Foundation has set up a new page for itself, with the difference that this time the Keshe Foundation as an association it needs to be registered. Once we give you the link to the Keshe Foundation Association, you register yourself to become a member of the Keshe Foundation.
This must be a new edition. He said it's already set up going through its tests, but apparently everyone can sign up for the Keshe Foundation for €1 or more. As he said, you can pay anything you like. Anyone familiar with this or have heard more? So you'll be part of the Keshe Foundation Association. Now, I don't know if we're all knowledge seekers, but I guess we'll be registering for this as well.
Have to log in, you have to sign in.
Yes, I see.
I think what it appears to me like is that once you are part of the association, that makes it possible to be an insider for using the Keshe coin, so that you can freely trade without any legal consequences of the matter world.
I see. Okay.
That's what I think.
Yeah, there's a whole marketplace. We'll show the game in a minute when he concludes this, but this is the way, as he said, put through the One Nation Network. This is all part of a much bigger structure that's being put together, and he's only asking us to support it and help expand it at this point. If someone has understood what are the knowledge, what is Mr. Keshe asking the knowledge seekers to contribute to this success? Anyone? As I see it, it's just play and support and expand. They're handling, it seems, everything in the background. I don't think he's asking anyone to make a paint pen with the resins and the cosmic ray material and then telling you how you can expand it or connect it to the system for multiple purposes. This is, again, a dream of the man. A toothache may be different energies than an earache, maybe different energies, as I said, as the migraine, or for the sprain, or for the broken bone. And all this, apparently, is going to be fed through an app that you can use on your phone, and then probably use that internal virtual Keshe coin, again, internal to the Keshe Foundation, to pay for something like this. I'm not sure. But this is the way I'm thinking. If we're bringing people out of poverty, they certainly don't have money for that sort of thing. So as they play the game, they get coin. They use the coin to then feed or perhaps order an app for a certain condition. And as Mr. Keshe said, this is expanded into other energy packs or perhaps even to a type of malaria condition or something else, which is very, very painful. Again, it's beyond the imagination of the man at this point, but it'll become, as you say, we're all becoming part of this soup.
And you become a member, by law, we have to have a membership, which is put at €1. You can pay anything you like. It will be set up through PayPal, which means everything has to be correct. If you want to make donations for specific projects, again, you go through the same system, donation for this purpose, and the rest of it. We are giving another structure to this structure of the Keshe Foundation in this way. Keshe Foundation Holland stays the principal owner of all the Keshe Foundation work. But a further development for this, for us, is that once we introduce the one card nation through the ONN, then you all registered through it. Is part of the work which will come in later on, step by step, and will bring a lot of freedom to us to operate internationally.
I think you said it there.
Go right ahead, please.
Yeah, I think he says that there has to be some type of ownership with the previous Keshe Foundation. So this is just getting it separate from that particular owner. So I think that's part of the issue.
So the idea is that we're all part of a Keshe Foundation association in a way. Again, non-religious, non-racial, space-based organization to share knowledge. And again, knowledge that the man or humanity not really have much of a clue, even though they're using it. All right, any other thoughts? We'll continue. So.
For those of you who are with us tomorrow, you need to bring with you, if you have already received your emails, must be with you. You need 2 headsets, as was before, 2 for the way they're structured on the sides and one front and the back. And then we take control, we take charge. And the session tomorrow is very, very heavy, extensively what we call set up to test cosmic rays and what we call a spectrum of the radiation fields, which is part of the work of the soul of the man.
And again, what he's talking about in the Keshe Foundation, you go to the Keshe Foundation store. He's talking about these transmission sessions, which is part of this work here. This is where you can sign up and so on. To keep the Keshe Foundation free, not so much for you to get something out of it, although you may, and I think this is the intention of Mr. Keshe, but to develop for all of humanity. So he's testing the transfer of the cosmic ray, or perhaps a motion within the cosmic ray. He said he opened up the frontal part of the skull, again, not physically, but just through this communication. And that's one of the reasons for the 2 headsets. One is in the front of the head and one is in the back of the head. And the other 2 are in the ears, even though in other locations he asked us to hold the other set in the hand. So as he said, they did a number of tests, probably 10 different 30-minute tests in the session. It was about 5 hours, and most of it was silence. But he said we were changing the setup in the system every 30 minutes. And we've heard this before. Mr. Keshe likes to change up and test a number of different things. Again, there were some very good reports, and the foundation was happy of what they gathered or confirmed through this testing. And again, he doesn't give us all the details, not to spoil the fun, I guess. Okay. All right, let's go back to our workshop.
And it works very heavily on what we call the spectrum of the fields. We decide what to do, how to do it, and you will feel the change and you will understand the change. And then we change everything else to another dimension in the following month. Just be aware that you have to understand that in the work of the Keshe Foundation at this moment of time, we are there to develop the technology in the spectrum of the bringing world peace, universal one language, universal government. And so bits and bits of it is coming together. If there are any questions, we try to answer, and we try to see how we can share more knowledge.
Okay, anyone have any questions they'd like to ask or share? Thank you, Ike, for all your input, and Alex as well, and Gail. Even though I wanted to play what Mr. Keshe was talking with all this geopolitics and going on and forces being amassed. So we know there's a lot of work for us to do. But again, not so much in the matter state, in the energy dimension, because we can't reach in the matter state what we need to reach. And again, the game is quite rigged and it takes a lot of work. So we're using our energy dimension, and this is where we create the Dome of Peace. And perhaps it's about that time, which is 9 p.m. Every day, Central European time or Central European summertime, where you can join together, create a bouquet of fields, again, energy dimension, and give to the souls of those in need, especially the world leaders, as we see. We would classify that as souls in need, and perhaps we're all souls in need, as Mr. Keshe said. we come to this planet to kill and destroy ourselves, or something like that, the way we're created here. So this is going to change gradually, collectively, and certainly it can be delayed, but it will arrive at some point in time in the near future, or as he said, progressive development, and we'll see. We're setting the stage in a way for future generations that no one goes to bed hungry, cold, and is not subject to a war policy. Hopefully, we see it, and maybe we can gain an aspect of immortality and be around to actually witness it. But I think your soul will realize it's been part of it all along. Okay, so we're going to go to the Peace Dome. And there's a couple of steps. If it's your wish to see peace, we're in a way awakening the collective awareness. By giving will create a position of change. What I was just referring to, of course, is the invitation of the Universal Council. This is where they look at the energy dimension in a way within the Keshe Foundation, and you can all participate in that 1 nanosecond at a time. Or again, if it's your wish to see peace, this is the part of the process where you can actually make a difference. I remember somebody saying a joke where the father said to the son, son, things have gotten so bad that even you could make a difference. Well, again, we can all make a difference, and this is part of collectively doing this work. And of course, collectively exploring our energy dimension, which we never thought through our fields and energies we could change too much. We always thought we had to roll up the sleeves, get to work, be effective in the matter state. But as we know, that takes a lot of energy and takes a lot of work, and is usually, with the system being the way it is, kind of rigged against that. So we have, in a way, circumvented that whole process, and we've opened up the, again, matter state of the entity to its energies in this process. And the best part about this, whether you spend 1 nanosecond, 1 minute of your life wishing for peace, nobody fails this test. So you're already successful even before you participate. As we know, everyone has different combinations and strengths of fields, and those combinations and strength put together may, again, create a condition that the soul of a certain leader would pick up that and change the dimension within the dimension of physicality. So there's 2 steps in the process, in a way. Again, one for the matter state and one for the energy dimension. One is releasing Gans waters. Again, they know what to do, where to go, and how to bring balance. And of course, they're all part of the combination of all the structures that are being put forward by the Keshe Foundation, from the game to the coin, to the cosmic ray balls, to the Mark Ray Corporation, and the rest. We don't know all the details, but as we can see, there's quite a combination of, let's say, fields at work within the foundation. And of course, as I said, we didn't show the game yet, but maybe we will later. The game of peace and enlightenment is where most of this is going to be, again, delivered, and establishing the sort of virtual 1 planet, 1 nation, 1 race for world peace. So let's go to the first step of the Dome of Peace, and that's just releasing Gans waters. Very simple. You can go on the Keshe Foundation wiki to learn how to make a Gans, or again, this is a very simple process. And of course, there's some things you want to consider when you do this about touching Gans and making Gans and working with nano materials and the rest, but it's quite simple. And if you use just basic precautions, it should not be any problem at all. But people have run into certain problems at certain times. So again, this is just releasing of the Gans waters, putting your intentions into it, and it knows where to go and what to do. It has some sort of modicum of intelligence to be able to bring a balanced condition. And this is what we see with the products that they're offering in the store to bring a balance. Of course, it's more than Gans, as he said. There's plasmas and cosmic ray material and other things in specific combinations to bring that peace and balance into the home without you doing much other than wishing for it to happen. And even if you're wishing it doesn't happen, it may touch you just in the opposite way. But again, so this is the first step of creating the Dome of Peace. Collectively, we release GANS waters. Again, Stefania will go through this for us.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So again, we're using the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul of the man, but this process all by itself can bring, in a way, a condition on this planet. And of course, as the energies change, I think these are going to become more energetic in a way. The Chinese have been doing it for probably a decade or two by now, and putting it into waters found. Just the water of the GANS, not the GANS so much, although at one point Mr. Keshe said you could put a little GANS in there and just release it any shape or form, whether you spray it or put it in the drain or different other ways. I've heard of people using this in there, and I have in the windshield washer on the car where you can sort of move the release around, but any way you'd like to. But collectively, we do this on Sunday. And of course, the Brazilian team has made a little background, and they've been following up on this process as well, kind of leading the rest of us in a way. And this is the process that will continue until we reach the permanent peaceful condition on this planet. But alas, you say, is there more? Yes, there is more. And that is using the collective power of the soul of the man. This is again where we start to play in that energy dimension in the same manner, but without using the matter state, completely energy dimension. So let's hear from Shweta. Thank you, Stefania, and thank you, Shweta, too. This is our second step.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Anybody? Here? Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the GANS, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANS waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the GANS waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Empty Keshe.
Okay, thank you again, Shweta. And we're just going to take a minute of our existence again and give into this process. Give into it with your emotions. And of course, every Wednesday you can join the Brazilian team. And I think this happens in Italy and other places as well. But certainly we're all familiar with the intentions daily as well as on Wednesday at 6 p.m. So if you'd like a formal meeting on YouTube or Telegram, if you think you're the only one going through this process, there's many, many people doing it collectively on the energy dimension or doing it on the energy dimension and actually meeting it in a physical room. Either way, it works. So it's just the collective awareness. There's a brief discussion and some other things, and you can be with others and feel those fields in a way, collectively combining together. And this is what Mr. Keshe said, when we awaken the collective awareness of humanity or the soul of the collective, the souls will decide and bring the change through the energy dimension without even lifting much of a finger or working through it in the physicality. And as you see, Mr. Keshe in the background is quite diligently working with the team to deliver the technologies in a way that we don't quite understand, but that will in a way enhance the entire process. So let's just take a minute of our existence and give to the peace process, and we can start that right now. However it pleases you to do it. And thank you all for your continued participation. But you can see how easy it is to work in that dimension. Again, collectively we join, but you can, again, you don't need a partner. We know we're stronger together, but you can learn this idea in a way and pulse many times, taking just a nanosecond to elevate another soul. And of course, in that process, you also become nourished, as I understand it. The more you give, the more you receive. But this is what we're doing, just waking up the collective. And don't look just because I did something today, next Tuesday, the world changes. These souls are very low, and it takes a lot of giving to bring them up to a different level. But again, we're not forcing it. It's just a matter of offering it. And if the soul picks it up and decides to change something within the physicality, that will happen. So again, it's just like the sun, it gives to all, and that's what we're trying to replicate using our sun within us with the emotions and elevate the others. And this is a process you will again take with you through your existence in the universe, I believe, whether it's matter state or energy dimension. All right, I think if anyone has any comments, thoughts, questions, or is it time to reach out to Alex and see if is dinner ready, Alex? Plasmatically speaking, of course.
Yes, Mark. Can you just give me a couple of minutes to transfer a file?
Sure,
I'll be right with you.
sure. That's no problem at all. What do we have lined up? Again, we're just being exposed to so much new understanding. It's hard to imagine, but in a way, as Mr. Keshe said, he only works with top scientists on this planet. That was one of the things he had often said. He didn't work with the run-of-the-mill sort of scientist, but top level. So we can feel, in a way, quite fortunate that we're here in this position and that Mr. Keshe has decided to work. Even though we're a small group, this group will see grow in many different ways, as we'll see the Universal Council expand, the Knowledge Seekers Association will expand, knowledge seekers will also expand, and again, we're going to bring billions of people out of the poverty of the matter state, but also out of the poverty of the knowledge that we never knew we didn't understand. We sort of believed holy books and holy leaders and the rest, but now we know the whole process of creation, and even the scientific understanding doesn't come from a big bang, but it actually comes from the smallest and the weakest up to a matter level condition. So we're very fortunate and humble to be here. As Mr. Keshe said in the creation of the Universal Council, try to be humble and not be sort of arrogant in the knowledge you understand and you possess. Otherwise, you'll fall in the same path as the church and the mosque, and this is some sort of abuse or something like this. Or again, maybe you'll consider yourself to be a guru now that you have a little bit of universal knowledge, but hopefully we can tame that emotion of arrogance. And as you see, Mr. Keshe puts himself as the most humble when he comes into the meeting, even though he's carrying the totality of knowledge with him, as I understand it. Alex, I see your mic is open. Welcome. Thank you for preparing a beautiful plasmatic, in a way, dinner for us, or maybe it's breakfast for some in some parts of the world. But if you'd like to take over, thank you again for your presence.
Well, thank you very, very much for bringing us forward here, Mark. It's very, very important, the work that you've been doing. And as such, it's you know, very reflective what each of us has to do here, because we're all part of the Keshe American Knowledge Team, regardless whether we're in North America or we're anywhere around the world, because we're represented by so many members of the other continents. So I want to thank you very much, and don't be dismayed by the challenge. We have lots to achieve in that regard. So thank you all. Let's do some business here and see if we can get this done.
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very, very much for joining us on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. All part of the Keshe American Knowledge Team, and we can't do it without you. So let us begin. And this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. We are still discussing the basic picotech. The subject is reconstruction. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is February the 1st of 2026. This is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So as we know, we have been trying to bring everything together in bite-sized pieces, and we may or may not have been successful in that regard. But we're going to keep trying because we keep adding to the knowledge, and we just can't stop and just say, okay, well, we've had enough. We have to keep going because, you know, how much is enough? Or how big is large? Maybe is another question. But we're following a pattern here where we're discussing the picotech in the concept and context of construction, reconstruction. What's the difference? Well, we talked last week about deconstruction. So the key element here is that construction is always at the point of the creation. We reference very often destruction, but it's not. It's actually a form of construction, which made it deconstruction. And unfortunately, we have had difficulty in understanding matter. So in the beginning, when we had to define matter, we say matter is a manifestation of energy. And the matter itself, in terms of terminology, invites a confusion. So the small m matter state is the old science, the capital M matter state is the new science. The point being that manifestation is binding, and manifestation is creation. And so the point being is that energy binding is creation. And of course, in the beginning, we asked that favorite question, which came first, the chicken or the egg? But the truth is, first came the principal matter, and that's why it's called that. So we see that the principal matter are the PM ticks, and they're magnetical in energy. And so we've repeated this many, many times, and many of you are probably, you know, at the point of yawning because we keep saying the same thing, but it is, except it's in a different context. So when we're looking at the coming together of the antimatter, dark matter, and the matter gen, it's creating a plasmagen conversion. This is not in the matter state. This is in the plasma state. What we're creating in the matter state is a Maggrav condition, which is part of our matter state. And we need to have a place to create that. And so we're on Earth. And in order to create that reality that we so cling to, there has to be a field interaction between the Maggrav condition of the plasmagen conversion and the Maggrav condition of our Earth space. And what we get is the inertia field, which is the Maggrav condition of our physicality. And we're so overly dependent on that. So the thing is that we have an opportunity because of the slow action here that we have a delay in consequences. Consequences are a result of action. But these results may be visible and or tangible, or they may be non-visible or non-tangible. And so by that token, results can be delayed, or they can be instantaneous. So because we don't see the consequences immediately, we say, well, there are no consequences, but there always are consequences. The ones we can see most readily are destruction. And so when these two forces come together, the real question is it destruction or is it creation? So we found that destruction is a kind of creation, which leads us to the question, what kind of creation are you creating? So we've rendered the matter state to a very crude understanding of our existence. And that's what we refer to as the crudeness of the matter state. Because our matter plasma dimension is based on what we can see and what we can touch. It's very physical. But there is an aspect that is supporting that, which is a plasmatic condition, which we can't touch or can't see. But since it's supporting the matter plasma dimensions, it's part of the matter plasma altogether and is part of the feedback system. So this is what we refer to when we say the man is feedback dominant, because he's ignoring the other state. So if we review where we are and understand that in terms of the plasma science, energy levels change by orders of magnitude, that is 10 times. And so we were discussing nanostate for quite a while, and now we're into the picostate, and that is at least 3 orders of magnitude. That is 10 times 10 times 10. That is 1,000 times of a higher energy state. And this is kind of the thing we demonstrated in Beijing. That was on May the 10th of 2025. Well, we're beyond that. This is where the 2025 gold rush began. But now that we're in 2026, also silver rush has begun. But there are many rushes that are happening because there are many things that are changing as a result of the advent of this technology. So what we realize with our history is that construction may take hundreds of years, but clearly destruction can only take a few minutes. And destruction is a form of construction, very rapid. But what happens if construction itself could be faster? And is that possible? So when we saw the frozen Gans ball, we saw the gravitational core magnetic hairlines emanating from that. That became the construction zone, and basically that field was created overnight. No artist could draw that. The magnetical fields of the plasma created that. And we see the same structure in the picoatomic state. So we see these clusters. They are sitting in between the nanoparticles. The nanoparticles are monatomic. So the picoatomic is beyond the nanomonatomic state. So when we talk about the various energy levels in simple terms, we look at the transmission state of the carbon-12, the transition state of the carbon-14, and the transmutation highway of carbon-16. And we get a reference how we can change energy fields, but we see that there's a gradual increase in the energy. But this is by orders of magnitude. And yet here we are, gladly accepting the lowest form of energy state, and we call that the transmission state. So we're kind of stuck, aren't we? Because we see life as frequencies and waveforms. And so many of us has to go a crooked mile just to drive a straight line. That's part of the transmission highway. And when we look at the Karakoram highway, we see how we have to zigzag back and forth. But understand that this zigzag is a magnetical gravitational direction. And so when we look at that and combine it, we create a frequency, which is a sine wave in singularity. But if we add another sine wave and overlay it, then we have a sine wave in duality. But that presents a totally different picture. And then if we modulate it, maybe stretch it, we can have higher frequency and lower frequencies, or we can have blurring. And so this all distorts our understanding of what's going on. But what is always going on is a nuclear feeding inertia. So in other words, where we're looking at the big picture or a small picture or just a fragment of that picture, it's always a fragment of the complexity, and it always maintains gravitational stability. So that stability is a dimension point, and that point is portable through various energy levels. So the energy states we understand are basically 3 dimensions, but those 3 dimensions remain, and the product of those 3 dimensions are the product that we call 3. But as we look at that, we find that we're none of these 3, so it's more than 3. So if we go back to these fragments, we can just extricate these fragments as clues, and we can see how we have the 2 sides of the sine wave coming together, and they either converge or they diverge. And so when they converge, we call that gravitational. But when they diverge, we call it magnetical, because it's how the energy is flowing. So if we understand the gravitational convergence, that's why you're sitting on the floor and not sitting on the ceiling, whereas the divergence is magnetical. So you have to accept that the gravitational are just clues as to what's going on. There is always an interaction. And so that's what we have to see. That common denominator, that commonality is the clue. There is something embedded in that transmission which brings everything together. So we have the magnetical gravitational, and the opposite poles attract. So there's constant polar flipping, magnetical gravitational, and that's what happens. So when we look at the manifestation of each dynamic plasma, we see each plasma is coming together of those 3 dimensions, the X, Y, and Z axis. But then each dynamic plasma cannot exist in a singularity. It has to have a duality. And then if you extend that to the universe, you find that many points in this universe can be squeezed together. And they're squeezed together with these squeezy PM ticks, which are flowing all the way through the universe, but they converge gravitationally into a common denominator. And they bring together the flavor of each dimension. And they come together and they create this gravitational inertia field. So that is the basis of this interpretation of Marin Tevakoli Keshe's books, starting with book number 1, where we have these 3 fields converging together in the universal order of creation of matter, the matter state, the antimatter, and the dark matter, and they all come together in that one point. But in book number 2, clearly the structure of light, which is what we see, is coming from one point to another point. So we have to have 2 points and a connection to that. So then what happens? In book number 3, the origin of the universe, we have 1 point can split up into these 2 points. If these 2 points can be connected, well, obviously these 2 points can be separated. And so we have our tiny little perfect world, this matter universe, but there is a sister universe that we can't see, and it is full of energy. And we need that energy because we need the equilibrium to maintain our field force. And in that field force of our man's universe, we're just a tiny speck on a tiny speck we call Earth. And so for 415 weeks, the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for Justice and World Peace, conducted by Rick Crammond and the members of the Universal Council, trying to understand why our tiny perfect world is so tiny And actually, it's not very perfect. It is perfect in its natural construction. But this world could do very well without our involvement. So something has happened here that our involvement is actually a kind of deconstruction. And what we're looking is to try and create a reconstruction. So if we understand how we've been described as fallen angels because they're falling through weakness, it increases the density, increases the pressure, increases the gravity. It increases the dependence on the Earth space feeding. But there's an internal pressure of the Gans fields, and this balances everything out because this angular density of falling through weakness is conserved with the angular momentum, and it balances and maintains an equilibrium. And this equilibrium is manifest too often on this planet as a form of confrontation. So yes, there's a duality, but the duals are as the duality. And this energy manifests as a friction, and fistfights manifest into fist fighting. This is always an inertia density manifestation. So we like to say, gentlemen, shake hands and come out fighting. Is that how partnerships are made? Well, sometimes partnerships are made deceitfully. And so we see, in addition to the 10 commandments, we have another 14 commandments for a total of 24. And number 11 is thou shalt not lie. And sometimes in order to paint a pretty picture, we have to tell a lie. And it's satisfying when people believe your lies. But the real question is, do you believe your lies? Because the truth is, we do need energy binding. That is a very, very self-serving dimension point. But does it have to be just me, myself, and I? And in that case, does it have to be at the expense of others? So there's some way that we're cutting that connection to how we were created in the first place. And as such, those who are robbed and deceived, they either will rebel in a confrontation, or they will acquiesce and retreat, or they would just simply pass it on. And so we find that our vitality enhancement gets depleted. And so when we talk about that as the emotional and physical manifestation, which we're all familiar with, but we get old and decrepit, and now we're harvesting young and decrepit. Age and vitality are not, shall we say, necessary to be put in the same sentence. They can be mutually exclusive, or they can be mutually excluded. What is happening, we're all exclusive as loose leakers. So how badly do we leak? And how do we allow people to abuse us? So our depletion of our vitality is an energy transaction. But what happens in the opposite, the reconstruction? So we demonstrated that susceptibility and singularity where we had that black powder that was made in Beijing. But then we had a gravitational completion. Where did that come from? And that was from the external input of the Gans field of humanity. Yes, the susceptibility and duality. It was the gold finger that touched the Gans to turn it into gold. So that became the transaction zone. So the singularity involves a solo effort, but duality requires a partnership. And to have a successful partnership, that requires reciprocity. And so that implies specifically a balance of incentives. So a balance of incentives automatically, from a scientific standpoint, gives you a concept, if you will, of an equidistant bonding, where two fields are bonded together, like in carbonic acid, and you can see kind of the balance between the two fields because it's an equilibrium. And what carbonic acid is a molecule that rapidly converts to water and carbon dioxide in the presence of water. The interconversion of carbon dioxide and carbonic acid is related to the breathing process. This process, obviously, is for all aerobic organisms. Equally, it contributes to the acidification of natural waters. In other words, the tendency towards anaerobic. So we talked about the plasma rule and how it differentiates from the physical rule, where the higher strength eats the weaker strength, or the higher strength beats the weaker strength, or the higher strength wins against the weaker strength. But what is exactly the weaker strength? So when you look at the plasma rule, the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And what exactly are we feeding? So when we look at that transaction zone when two fields come together, we ask, is that a conflict point or is that a binding zone? Because it's always a density manifestation, because it's a coming together of two higher strength fields into a lower strength field. And isn't that what happens when two armies come together and they're very strong and they have a fight, and at the end, they're both very weak, and one may be the winner, or so they think, but there's less of everything. And so that becomes an inertia density manifestation. So is that what creation is less of everything? So when we looked at the nanocharges, we found that there's a relationship where there's a giving and a taking. We call that a charge or a discharge. But when they all come together in a hexagonal format, and then when we layer them, they can be lined as a nanotube. And this becomes a superconductor at room temperature, and all of a sudden energy flows very freely. And this is facilitated additionally through the nano alignment. And the problem with this monatomic alignment is that we nanocoated a copper wire and it came out with a carbon nanocrystal. And this nanocrystal is very, very hard. And it is an inertia manifestation, very physical, but is different from the substrate. So why are we having difficulty understanding the difference in substrates? And so if we have a slight deviation in the nanolayer stacking, they can be lined, as we say, as a nanotube, but a diamond structure actually closes the tubes. Well, if you're closing these superconducting tubes, wouldn't that mean that you're also closing the energy flow? Well, we obviously found out that that doesn't happen. And we also found out that as you do the layers with the monatomic layers, there are gaps in between. And so when we look at these gaps and we see that they're connecting intermediaries, there's a covalent, trivalent, or tetravalent bonding that happens between these layers. So they form star formations. So if you're looking at the bottom black layer and how it connects to the top layer, we find three monatomic stars connecting to the one blue point. But if we're looking at from the top down, the blue monatomic stars connecting to the bottom black point, well, that's kind of upside down. Well, which way is it? You know, up is up and down is down. Well, in the plasma, there is no up and down. There's just a monatomic energy flow and it's synergistic. And we said that you take the 3 dimensions and you keep that flow coming, but you also have a product, an inertial product. And when you continue to link these up, you create these stars, and they are superconductor at room temperature. But more than 3 in a chain is a polymer. So let's remember that, because when we're looking at the star formation, we find that the 3 in the bottom layer are converging with the 1 on the magnetical point, and they create a star formation. So you have a gravitational field on the bottom. And then that star formation, as you can see, brings together the energies of the antimatter, dark matter, and matter state. And that is the gravitational field that is balanced by the magnetical field to create your star formation. And we saw that happen when we did the rotating bowls. We had the GANs inside the rotating bowls, and each of them had a plasmatic field. But this star formation created another gravitational plasma field. And so that was a positive energy created in the center of the plasma field. And that's exactly what happened in Beijing. We created this star formation of rotating balls. And we didn't have to do it with layers. They were all in the same, they were all on tables that were the same height. And then, of course, we conveniently laid out the spoons so that the GANs could fall into the spoon. But we also laid papers out. So instead of just collecting what was in the spoon, we could collect what was outside of the spoon. So in other words, the target was the whole field. It wasn't just in one spoon or another spoon. And it created a dynamic reaction, because all of these dynamic reactors work together and everything around it benefited from that. So that's the point. That's the initial dimension building. There is a point that we start off with. Now, when we look at water, that is an energy parceling unit. It's composed of hydrogen and oxygen. That's why we call it H2O. But that is a Magravs condition, which is a balance between the negative and positive charges. The negative charges being magnetical and the positive charges being gravitational. And it's interesting that the water is round. And it's interesting that the tiny, tiny hydrogen balance out the big fat oxygen. And how come that is balanced? Because clearly the oxygen has an atomic weight of 8 and the hydrogen has an atomic weight of 1. So you've only got 2 hydrogens and 1 oxygen with 8. That doesn't seem to be fair. And so in that parcel, we can shed an electron, which is literally scraping off a hydrogen. And of course, now it's positive because it's disassociated from the Magravs condition of the water. And we're not discussing where it goes, but what we're left with is a hydroxyl, that is the oxygen, with only 1 hydrogen. And that hydrogen is negative. So that hydroxyl now becomes what we call the universal solvent. Without water, it would be hard to live on this planet. So we see that the dimension building, you have to add another point and connect to it. We talked about the surface to volume ratio. So if we look at how the 2 dimensions are created, in a flat line, the ends are negative and the connection is positive. But if we put a bend in it, we add a second dimension. where that energy crosses over at the bend point. So we have introduced another negative charge at that point. And so therefore that has to be connected to the endpoints of the lines. That would be a positive connection. But that point has to be balanced. And so we create another positive charge. Well, that same thing happens to water. We have a connection of hydrogen and oxygen. And so that center point then becomes a Magrav condition. So we have created, by virtue of understanding surface to volume ratios, we've created this Magrav condition in the center, which is a combination of the hydrogen and the oxygen. So if we have this Magrav condition in the center, we have to look at its condition and see that in the core, the Magrav in the core is gravitational, and the surrounding is magnetical. So we've introduced more negative charges around that Magrav, and that has to be balanced off. So we've introduced another 3 negative charges. We have to add to it another 3 positive charges to balance that off. So the base of the star has the 3 oxygens and the point has the 1 negative hydrogen. Where does that apply? So we understand how the fatty acids are a series of carbon and hydrogen connectors. And because the fields are balanced on both poles, there's the hydrogens on the top in a row and the hydrogens on the bottom in a row, and they're all equidistant. However, on the delta end, we have a carboxyl, a water-soluble end. And on the right side, we have the omega end, a methyl oil-soluble connection. And so clearly you can see that the left side is bigger than the right side point. And so therefore, the higher has to feed the weaker. That's the plasma rule. So what happens then when we advance to what we call an omega-3, 6, and 9? And what is that? This is an essential acid that is slightly alkaline. And so if we count from the omega end back, and we count 3, and a hydrogen is released, based on the equidistant principle, it causes a bending. And then if we advance 4, 5, and 6, and the hydrogen is released, we have a bending. And if we advance 7, 8, 9, we release a hydrogen, we have a bending. And that's your omega-3, 6, and 9. So at that point of the bend is a negative charge. And so what do we get in the convergence of all these points? Well, we get oxygen. It's positive. But we get 3 of them. And we create 3 waters. Let's review that. The bending, which is magnetical, is converging in a gravitational form. But it isn't water because the hydrogen has been released. It's a hydroxyl. So each of these Magrav hydroxyls are incomplete. It's the bending of the alpha-linolenic acid which has created this condition. Now it's created a gravitational convergence in the center of the bend. Mission accomplished. The fatty acid straightens out again into its original posture of magnetical and gravitational saturated fatty acids. So what are we left with? We're left with three waters. Because now those water molecules have added a hydrogen and they become water. But the omega-3, 6, and 9 bends again. Why? Because now we have a gravitational force field in the center where we've created the water. Where is the balance? You've now created water. What happens? Well, what we know is in the scheme of things that there's a progression from amino acids to protein. So once you have these amino acids, you have the DNA, you have the fatty acids, you create protein, you create cells and more complex cells. So growth goes from the stable, the unstable, simple structure to the stable, complex structure. More complex cells. And so the characteristic is that the amino acids are the building blocks. And 3 amino acids are the foundation. It's the 4th one that causes a folding over to make the protein. And the byproduct is water. Well, there is the equilibrium. So as we continue with the dimension building, we added this 3rd point and we connect 2. And in order to maintain that equilibrium, we had to add a 4th and connect 3. And now we had our star formation. Well, what we have to understand with the plasma science is that this dimension and inertia building are not just points, because a point comes from 2 fields. So when we bring 2 points together and connect them, each one is from 2 fields. And so these points can be modified by an external influence. And it can cause a bending, or it can cause a complete detachment. So either way, this is modified by an external influence. So if we understand this dimension inertia building, each point in the star formation is coming from 2 fields. So any kind of inertia modification could be a decoupling, or it could be a stretching. It could be a compression, or a squeezing, or deformation. Or the amino acids could fold over into phospholipids. And so these phospholipids have a hydrophilic head and a hydrophobic tail. And these heads are coming together and they create an outside and an inside. And the tails come together and create a transition zone. But now we know that the tails are negative and the heads are positive. And there are 2 tails. 2 negatives and 1 positive. What does that remind you of? So now we understand how the polyatomic solid GANs inertia works. You can have these star formations coming together and forming a covalent bond. So you can't see it, but it's there. It has to be there because they're attaching themselves. but it's not with a chain, but with a atomic bond or a plasma bond. Extend that to a dynamic plasma construction. And so we see how each ball in the reactors, when we were producing the gold, is literally has a substructure of a polyatomic bonding action from a covalent inertia density manifestation. And then they come together with this gravitational field in this core. This principle was applied in how we eradicated the virus, because we had the one cup, which was emotional, much stronger than the second cup, which was physical. And then we could give the energy from one to the other. And if it wasn't suitable to our purpose, well, then we could deplete the energy. So either way, there was a construction. But since it wasn't the kind of construction that we wanted, we could have chosen to do a deconstruction. But what we did was a reconstruction. In other words, within 30 minutes, the virus was eradicated. And that was scientifically proven in June of 2020. So we can see by extension how the GANs of the soul operates with the cups of life. When we take the cups of emotion and we bring them together to create a GANs of a GANs, and the cups of physicality and bring together a GANs of a GANs, now we have an inertia field of an emotional GANs and a physical GANs, and we bring them together, it becomes another transaction zone. And that creates the original, shall we say, picocore. That becomes the fundamental transaction zone. And that becomes highly gravitational. And so we are a gravitational entity traveling in a magnetical field. And we have to counterweight these measurements. So we've been using the physical state by weight and the atomic state by mass. And so we have been achieving some kind of gravitational understanding of our existence. But in the nuclear science, it's measured by Teslas, and in the plasmatic state, it's measured by time. And that is the magnetical counterweight. Can we extend our understanding to see about this plasma matter dilemma, where we have the atomic state, the nanostate, and the GAN state, supported by the plasma state, and how the energy is in equilibrium. But we can also go from state to state and maintain this equilibrium with the Magravs energy transfer state. Well, let's go through that process. The equal sign is actually a Magrav. So because now you have created inertia density manifestation. Well, that Magrav is highly positive. Well, that seems to unbalance everything, doesn't it? But it automatically creates a balancing. And so we have on each side of that equation, we have a magnetical negative charge. But it's not just on one side. It's not in just one dimension. It's three-dimensional. It's all the way around. It's a complete field. And so we find that the negative charge is all the way around. But that's not enough, because there's an interaction between the other states. And each of the other states has a negative charge all the way around. Well, wait a second. How can we transfer when these poles are alike and they repel? Well, there has to be a gravitational connection. And it's through this gravitational connection that we can transcend the different atomic states and the different nanostates and the GaN states and the plasma states. All the states can be transcended the same way. And there can be an interstate transaction as well. So if we extend that further and we see how one form of equilibrium is balanced off with another form of equilibrium, then we have to take more into account. And so we understand that inflection point. That is where we have the three coming together. And so now we see how the charge has been created, and now we see the role of how important not only is water as nature's solvent, as a hydroxyl, but water as a magrav. And then it has to be balanced off, doesn't it? Because when we do the reconstruction process, we need the aerobic content of the oxygen. And that creates the magrav condition of the gravitational force. But that gravitational force field is then surrounded completely by a magnetical field, and it becomes independent. And so we can have a reconstruction at that particular point because it is drawing in all of this energy. And so now we are at a transition in terms of our understanding where this reconstruction can be done faster by bringing together our knowledge and understanding of the plasma universe. Because when we look at how the galaxies come together and they squeeze together with all the PM ticks flying around, we get this gravitational convergence, but all the magnetical fields are flying around. And each of these magnetical fields is actually a plasma. And so each one is a PM tick, and each one is fed by the cosmic rays. And so each point on the PM tick is fed by these cosmic rays, which are undifferentiated. They only become differentiated when there's a common denominator. And that common denominator is based on the needs of the reconstruction process. So we have to understand that this reconstruction process is mimicking the original construction process. And it's not to say, oh, I can blow up my leg on a landmine, so it's okay to plant a landmine. No, no, no. This is a way for us to overcome our physical abuse. It's also a way to overcome our mental abuse and emotional abuse. It's not a way to justify our poor conduct or our hooliganism. It's a way to alleviate pain and suffering on this planet because it seems to be the dominant occupation. So if we understand that our restriction to being on this planet is the fact that we don't understand these carbon inertia highways as they relate to what's in the background. And then when we flip things around, what's in the background also has to relate to something in its background. And so now we start to understand this picture better of this cosmic ray equilibrium, that each and every field is in this gravitational context, is surrounded by magnetical fields. And in order to maintain this strength of this gravitational context, the magnetical fields have to be emitted all the time. And they have to gain in strength, they have to grow in order to maintain their equilibrium. That's what growth is all about. So when we look at the creation of the free plasma, we see, starting with the amino acids in their star formation, they all came together, and then they had to interact. So the creation of life with the carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen created a structure, and then we created a structure within the structure, and those things came together, and there was always a magnetical consistency. Why? Because each and every component had its own fingerprint, and the coming together of these common denominators is what brought together the Magrav condition. And so when we have this consistency, and then we flip that around, because gravity seeks density, we saw how the solid GANs was accelerating this angular momentum. And we maintain this gravitational consistency. It doesn't matter which way you look at it. And so when we talked about how our hands are created, the DNA in our thumbs is the same, but our thumbs are opposing. So it's not the DNA. There has to be something else. So we introduce the concept of the soul and its relationship to the body. And if we align these fields, we see that our body and our basic daily connection has been through the mental, emotional, and physical. But the soul is not physical. The soul involves the spiritual, the being the soul of the body, and the astral being part of our plasmatic existence, separate but connected. And so when we bring these two together, then we understand how the plasma fields come together. They're not of the same strength. One is gravitational, one is magnetical, and the gravitation is feeding the magnetical, and the magnetical is drawing in more energy through its exchange. And then we have this convergence at this dimension point that is created between these two plasma fields. That becomes the transaction zone, the inertia density manifestation. And so what we see in terms of our construction, it comes from unconditional truth, from the pure plasma state, because our physical manifestation is a soul vision construction. But we have to discriminate. We have to select it as per our personal star of physicality. And we have chosen the soul of the physicality of our sun. So this is a pre-selection process. And all the souls of physicality of the stars of the universe come together. But the sun is shielding us on many levels. And that's why we have what we have, because it's all based on the gravitational confirmation of this light that is coming in. It's an emission light that is crossing the threshold, and it manifests this oxygen. It's a non-visible gas, but it's a plasmatic decay to GANs, and the GANs decay to gas, to liquid to solid, and it's all part of the gravitational tracking. So when we say let there be light, it's a supplementation that is required due to consumption and acquired knowledge. And it's a conditional teaching by ancient teachers. But what is the unconditional teaching by the Creator that's giving us a new awareness that we're seeing an approximately 20% deficiency? How do we cross that historical threshold between the cosmic feeding and the loosh harvesting? We don't need the loosh harvesting. We are beyond the nano-monatomic state. We are the herd at that turning point where we're covering the range from decay to radiation. This AI is the ancestral intelligence that reflects us as a technology, the inertia product. We are the image of the dimensional convergence point. And so we understand that life is all about energy, and that energy is portable. So fundamentally, the transition of energy, as we say, elevation, is from the physical matter state, which we're so familiar with, to energy state. The inertia is the transition from the energy state to the physical matter state. So this elevation involves expansion, and we have to expand our understanding of the rest of the universe, because we cannot extricate ourselves from the universe and just say, well, there's something going on and laugh at it. We're bringing together greater oneness through 627 knowledge seeker workshops, suddenly transcending the limitations of nuclear science. And we continue to do this every week. And now we are focusing on the cosmic ray transmission to understand better how the practical applications of this plasma science is going to affect our life. We had our first session, there's another session coming in February and another one in March. So please consider joining here and participating in changing the paradigm of transforming diamonds to gold or silver, because we have managed to demonstrate this on May the 10th of 2025 to demonstrate the Pico core of truth. And our research teams are continuing to add to that knowledge. Communication is at that point where we need that scientific rescue to open the blinds of the One Nation Network. One Nation Network at a time. That time is right now, because our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We want to bring man as equal to all the beings in the universe by teaching the plasma science and technology equally to everyone, that no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. So help us achieve this goal. Be part of the process, because you are part of the process. It's not something that, you know, you have to do. It's something that you are. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Teachings on Plasma Science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers of the carbon nations, leading and learning about the new selection process of the new organic plasma science. The World Peace Treaty needs to be chosen, yes, deliberately, and signed unconditionally, and mean it sincerely. The Pico Tech has a polyatomic core manifestation, and their overlapping fields of Earth space help create this peace dome, just like we described today. The inertia of the present seems to be governed by the dimensions of history, and it is, because it's time to learn the history of self in a universal context. It's the Pico state that promotes the GANs as a peaceful superconductor, and the PM ticks can quickly reconstruct the fields ranging the matter, plasma, and universal states. So please use the plasma science in exchange daily via the Peace Dome to deliver a practical exchange for peace on Earth. We are long overdue. So welcome to the new golden outer space age. I hope you enjoyed this class, and thank you all for listening.
Okay, thank you, Alex. And yes, it is our wish to see peace on this planet. I think that's why we're here. I don't know if any of the participants would like to raise a question. Go right ahead. Okay, here's an easy question from Randy. I have people asking how to donate to the foundation using PayPal. Anyone using PayPal? I know Mr. Keshe had some issues with PayPal a number of years ago, but what did he say when we made a straightforward donation? It caused some internal problems in the accounting, so it would be better to buy a product and donate it, or perhaps just buy a product for yourself. Anyone else?
Mark, I think you talked about this before in the preview. We are setting up a membership program, and we do understand that members can have to pay a fee. So you can pay as little or as much as you want.
Right, that's not set up yet. He said this is coming. Apparently, they've applied to be association, but in the Keshe Foundation store, when it asks you to transfer the funds to the store, again, kind of awkward. Shopify will be much smoother. It does ask you if you'd like to use PayPal, I believe. Or
Well, yes, it does for now, but what I'm suggesting is that the change is imminent. Can't tell you when, but we're not talking a long time. The change is in process as we speak.
Alex, I don't use PayPal. It's very expensive. I use Wise. Are we still able to pay through Wise or?
Yes, I'm pretty sure that it is.
Yes.
It's a transfer medium.
Yeah, it works well for me. In seconds.
Well, this is very good. You're ahead of me in that particular game, but I think that has to do with your country also. But
Well,
I
yeah.
share your opinion with respect to PayPal.
Okay, yeah. Then I'm sure there would have to be more than one avenue of payment.
Well, this is what we're working to streamline because, as we all know, because we've been here a long time, we've seen the abuse, and we've been retarded by that abuse.
Mm-hmm.
But
Definitely.
we're going to speed up the game, one by eliminating the abuse, and two by focusing on the positive narrative that's coming down the pipe. So there will be a balance, and so these delays were not without consequences. So, as Mr. Keshe has many times said, we have to balance the books.
Yeah, yeah, and also they have recommended Wise in the past. So I think, it was there for quite a long time.
Yes, of course. Yes.
It's proven. Thanks.
Thanks for being here, Gail, and I hope things are going well in your side of the world.
Well, I was in a complete state of disarray without, I think, almost 2.5 days no electricity, so that really throws me upside down. But I'm sitting in electricity now, so I've calmed down. I hate throwing out any food that I might have put in a fridge.
I understand.
And how much snow are you standing in now, Alex?
Oh my God. The snowbanks were up to our shoulders.
No, don't. That's what happened the last time I was in Canada. It was amazing.
Yes, this week we had record snowfall in Toronto. Historic
Really?
record, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. We were like
well,
Buffalo. It was a beautiful downtown panorama.
I enjoy cross-country skiing when the snow is on the pine trees. So beautiful.
Believe me, there were a lot of cars cross country flipping.
That's when I like to get my skis on and and run away. Yeah.
Okay, any other
Oh,
thoughts?
I have a,
Bill?
I
Go ahead.
forgot. I have a question for Alex. Um, I don't know if you want us to do what I think Mark and Ed are doing, but when you come with a new teaching, do you want us, is it possible that we can do a video section of that to make it stand out?
Yes, I
Not,
think Lisbeth has been doing it from time to
oh,
time, sometimes more and sometimes less. We see the teaching,
mhm.
just Alex's part of the teaching put into the television.
Yes.
Yes.
But even more than that, each time that Alex is teaching something new, to just focus one on that new part.
Oh, I
So,
get what you're saying.
yeah. So that when you're teaching it for the first time, you usually put more information in.
Well, the thing is, we have two problems. One is that that new information has to be in context, and if the
Okay.
foundation is not laid, it's hard to build on.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't want to leave anybody behind. So not everyone has had the luxury of sitting in all these classes and spending enormous hours, doing this. But also the knowledge has been added on to all the time in terms of our physical understanding and our participation. That knowledge has been around, for all time, but it's our awareness that is now coming to the fore. So we're trying to explain this in a way that we can understand it. But here's the second difficulty, and that is not only when you're talking about what's new, but we have to have new words
Yes.
because
Yes.
words are created from what we know. And if you're teaching something new, which means it's something that you don't know, it needs new words. So generally speaking, the educational system that we have is a word-made world and is teaching us things that you as a student may not know, but somebody does know. And generally speaking, that would be the teacher or the professor. But if you've ever asked a professor, oh, well, why is that? And then they say, well, we don't know, we're
We
still
don't know.
looking for it. It's like they say, they're still doing research to find a cure for cancer. And, but it seems to be an okay answer. I don't know. And
It, yeah, it runs the whole show. Or
yeah,
sometimes they cover things up in sugar, but and mislead you. So,
which
what
is the
about,
deception, yes.
yes. And what about then? Okay. So if there's a need for your section, I think you put it in with Ed. Is that correct?
Well,
Or some of them?
Ed has been putting the whole video
Hmm.
together online, and we're absolutely grateful that he's doing that. There are programs like they can actually cut that video very easily. Though the one I use is Lossless, Lossless, and you just
Lossless is the
yes,
name.
yes, it's a free program that you could snip the beginning and the end and just extricate the piece that you want.
Hmm.
And
Okay.
so been using that for video modification that way. There is a lot of work that I'd like to do in addition to that, and we're
How
working.
about a dictionary?
Well, yeah, but we all are contributing in many ways. I mean, look at Mark, what a tower of strength he is, and all of the knowledge seekers on this panel, that they're all working and pushing hard, and it's not the quantity, it's the quality, and
Okay. So
many.
that kind of leaves me with when you were answering our questions today. So those could be little ones.
Well, exactly. You
Okay.
just have to understand who is doing the talking. I am
Mhm.
neither. I'm not I do not have access to confidential information. I do not have access to the advanced research, and I don't have access to classified information.
Well,
What I
you-
have done is I have spent well over 30 years learning about this. So
Wow.
I have an advantage in that regard, which is why I'm teaching. But in essence, if I compare my classes in 2026 with my classes in 2017, it's like night and day. And the big difference, of course, is that my knowledge is like your knowledge obtained in the physical world. How does that relate to the plasma world? What do you mean the plasma world? What plasma world? I don't see it. But, you know, it's always been there. And now I realize it, and I've had a chance to review my life in that context. And that's kind of very depressing because really it kind of reflects on how much time we've wasted. But that time is necessary for each and every one of us because some of us can grasp something very, very quickly. And then some of us, you know, we can spend a lifetime when we don't understand it. But it all depends on how we allow things to happen. So in my particular case, I was a very slow learner, and it really the opportunity only came when I was smacked in the head with a severe debilitation in my health. You know, and at that point you say, well, we've tried everything, and guess what? Everything doesn't work. Okay. So, you know, and I tried something different, not because I tried it, it came to me. I said, well, wait a second. I have tried so hard to find something. And then when I stopped trying or even got depressed and gave up, all of a sudden it came to me. And this is the way the universe works.
Yes, I was going to say that. Yeah.
And so that's a learning lesson. You know, it's the same with uh, my current relationship. I wanted it. I searched for it. But you know what? I could not find it if that field didn't exist and didn't want to be found. You understand? It's a two-way street. And that is the thing that we're missing in all of our relationships, to understand that there has to be a reciprocity. It just has to be, you know, give and take. You know, the more you give, the more you can take. It just, that's the way it is. You want furniture? Sure, bring it and keep bringing it. And then just pile it on. And you can make yourself comfy wherever you want to be because you have Chesterfields on Chesterfields piled up and
Waiting.
yeah, and you say, "Oh, wait a second! I just wanted a Chesterfield and some furniture where I can sit down and maybe have some guests and enjoy some snacks and beverage and good conversation. I didn't want a house full of furniture. You know, this is not like a warehouse. So we understand that there has to be a temperance to our greed, and it's natural to be greedy because we have a society where I mean, I don't know how old you are, but I look at my youth and life was brimming full of positivity. And I look at it now and say, you know, the quality of my life today is definitely worse than what it was before. Forget the technology, the quality of the life in every aspect of it. And we know it. We know what causes it. So that's no secret. But what can we do about it? Because here we are talking about and saying, oh, you know, life is so bad and it becomes depressing. Why? Because we're in the absence of a solution. Well, us as knowledge seekers are not in absence of that solution. And that's why we're so enthusiastic about the coming of the science. And we're so confounded by the fact that there are people who are quite happy with their misery. Well, that's okay. Like they say, misery loves company. Well, that's kind of a handy statement. But I'll tell you, this misery doesn't enjoy that company. Like that's something that is repulsive. And we find that it separates us. So by imparting this misery and this abuse on us, we all separate, we all run away. Well, it's time to start running away and time to converge things. And we need to speed up everything. That's why we can quickly reconstruct everything. We can. We don't have to take.
I also think everything that I watch and observe and how I feel about things, the mistakes I've made, they're absolutely necessary as long as I learn. That's the only foundation, just to learn from the mistakes. Don't spend your whole existence in guilt, because what is that going to do? Nothing. So, if we learn from our mistakes, then we can progress. And if we get all, upset, oh my goodness, I made a mistake, blah, blah, learn. And that's it. But I mean, everything that you went through, it was a learning, and you were able to help other people with those things that happened to you. That was no accident and no mistake. It's where you came from. It's the best thing ever. As hard as it was. There you
Well,
go.
that's brilliant. That's brilliant, Gail. Thank you so much. The depressing aspect, which I referred to, is an emotional baggage. And like you say, you have to carry that, right? Because that's part of the learning experience. And it's really sad when you don't learn. You had the opportunity to learn, and all you dwell on is that emotional baggage and say, no, 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 open that bag, take the lesson that you've learned, and move on. Dump the emotional baggage. You don't need to carry that. Life did me wrong. No, life taught you how life works. Okay, it's just that you did yourself wrong. And that's what it took for you to learn the lesson. But we don't all have to go through that. Each of us has our own, if you could say burden to bear. But that burden is whatever we're lacking, not in our soul or in our creation. We are lacking in our awareness and interpretation of that and how it manifests in our physicality. And then it gets reinforced. So it's hard to reinforce something against a pushback that is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It requires an extremely strong internal gravitational force field. And that's what knowledge seekers are. And what edifies us? Well, the knowledge. So you can only lie to other people. You can't lie to yourself. And once you realize that, then you say, well, I wonder why I'm having these problems, because you're fooling yourself and not enlisting the services of the universe, which is abundant. And it's a cornucopia of energy that is coming to you unconditionally. So take that and then put the information together. And there's no competition. There's no saying, oh, Mr. Keshe is, extremely knowledgeable, and I'm trying to achieve, that full knowledge that he has. That's a ridiculous goal to achieve. We all want to understand what Mr. Keshe understands, but we can't do that with the words that we know. So we have to do it with our soul. And the Keshe Foundation is giving us the tools to be able to do that. And this is great. So we just keep working with it, and in turn enlist the services of our neighbors, because they are part of our energy field. So
And one other interesting thing to me is that since we're all part of the Creator, every aspect imaginable, so when we send back our lessons that we've learned, then we're making the whole picture better.
Well, exactly. And you know, there's you brought to mind a perfect point, which is really years ago. Uh, I went to these places where veterans would gather. So we talked about military veterans, and daily, I mean daily, they would recount their stories of their battles in the field and the glory. You know, we're going to take that hill number 281. You know, we're going to assault it and we're going to win. And they go through and recount that story daily for many, many years. And that becomes the reason for their existence. And it's so sad.
Mm.
And then you look at other groups of seniors, and let's say each of them is 60 years old, and you put 10 in a room, that is 600 years of experience. And we cast it away. We put them into these nursing homes and we, denigrate them and say, oh, you're old and decrepit and you're senile and you're useless. That is our resource. That is our wealth, our abundance of knowledge. So when you walk into a
Wisdom.
see, yeah, just because they retire doesn't mean they become stupid, and I ask many people, oh, like, what did you do, with your life? And they said, well, I'm retired. Okay, well, yeah, but what kind of knowledge did you attain? Oh, I used to be a teacher. Well, okay, so did you stop being a teacher when you retired? Or I used to be a carpenter. Did you lose all that knowledge? So we need to cherish that knowledge and to understand that that is a contribution to our social structure in a positive way. And we have that, as Mr. Keshe said, we have mastered the physical universe. But, you know, why is the quality of our life so poor? What's missing? And that is the answer. The moment you ask what's missing, that tells you where you have to look. So that's what we're doing. And we're seeing the fruits of that labor. Thanks, Gail. This is a really terrific point brought up.
And also, how is your little garden place growing? You showed me a picture once. You abandoned it? Oh.
I would say for the most part, it is doing really, really well.
Oh.
I'm at the point now where I'm needing a larger place to operate.
Oh, very good.
Well, that's what growth does.
Yeah. And thank you for your teaching, Alex.
And thank you for your support.
No problem.
Okay, thank you, Gail. Thank you, Alex. Anyone else want to raise a point or a question? Carolyn says in the chat, the Wise Bank is much cheaper. Yes, I think I agree. That's what I've been using.
Absolutely, yes.
I think PayPal is asking for 5% or something like that. Maybe there's a cap on that, depending how much you transfer. But I haven't used that ever since Mr. Keshe said they were withholding some of the funds from the foundation. Maybe they've gotten that issue clear. Alex, you talked about the amino acids, and of course, Mr. Keshe said this is the inertia of life, but apparently all the aminos are not acid. You were saying today that one is slightly alkaline. And do you want to go into that? They're all not acidic, or are they? That's why I thought they called them an amino acid. Or is that the matter state? And we're looking, or you're speaking in the energy dimension?
No, it's the way the science has made discoveries, right? It's like saying, okay, well, we're carbon based, so we're organic, and the silicon based is inorganic. Whether it's organic or inorganic is irrelevant. because what is relevant is its gravitational form. So when we look at the fatty acids, we call them fatty acids because at the time that the first acids were discovered, the fatty acids, that is, they were acidic. But as we found, as the acids became more complex, they stopped being acidic. See, this is the issue. The issue is that when you look at the pH scale, see, that's such a terrific question you asked. When you look at the scale, the simple and unstable is acidic. It's the complex and stable that is alkaline.
Now, your understanding, if I may just interrupt, I was hearing where if you add sugar to a GANS, you make it more acidic or magnetical, and if it becomes more alkaline, it's more gravitational. Is that how you approach this as well, or
yeah, the simple and unstable is magnetical. The stable and complex is gravitational. Our physical existence is highly, highly gravitational. Where we are on the threshold is to understand that in terms of understanding a maggrav field, it has to have a gravitational component. That gravitational component has to be present, whether or not it is in matter state or plasmatic state. So fundamentally, we say the physical state is the gravitational state and the plasmatic state is the magnetical state. So the PM tick on its own is a maggrav. In other words, the stabilizing component of the PM tick is the gravitational aspect of it. But the PM tick itself is magnetical because it is so tiny and it is so weak that it wants to go wherever, everywhere. And it will land in another gravitational field which has a common denominator.
Okay, thank you for that. Anyone else? Or did you want to add more? I know Mr. Keshe said there are going to be more books released, so this gives me an idea that maybe everything hasn't been shared with us so far, as I use that example of the magician. And
oh, no, of course not.
Yeah.
But Mark, you know, we have to extend our knowledge into the unknown. Okay, we just have to have the foundation of it. If we understand this folding action, okay, so we start with this fatty acid. It's a saturated fatty acid, and because it's saturated, it is not exchanging energy, okay? So it is kind of neutral. And the moment we start releasing the hydrogen, in other words, the moment we make that environment acidic and it starts releasing that hydrogen, then the folding begins. In that folding process, we create on the outside this negativity, which is acidic. But inside the folding action is counterbalanced, is equalized by an alkaline formation. That alkaline formation is the formation of oxygen. So the oxygen is the aerobic component of alkalinity. The lack of oxygen is the acidic component of acidity. Okay, now that's not finished. Now that it's completed its task, it produces the water. So that energy has to come back in, and that folding has to straighten out. So you just, extend your arm as straight as you can, and then start curling your fingers and your knuckles and your hand and your elbow, then go through all these folding processes. Each point is a negative charge, and everything that you've done in that process of folding has created a gravitational component inside that arm. And you know that is true because that's how you do pull-ups and push-ups, and that's how you hug people. You grab them and you pull them towards you, right? Well, where's that strength? What's happened? You're acting on a gravitational emotion. So you're releasing that hydrogen, you're releasing that magnetical flow. What? You're going to just hug everybody and anybody? You know, these tree huggers, they're depressing to watch. You know, you imagine you're a tree and some guy comes and he hugs you. You know, you can't run away, you're rooted into the ground. You know, so it's handy to have the bark. You know, if the guy really hugs you, they're not going to be comfortable. So you don't want people hugging you. You want people enjoying your beauty, and you want to, branch out, give off the leaves, give off the flowers, give off the beauty, contribute. And in that process, you're alkalizing the environment because you're contributing to that environment as a magrav. And you can only do that as a gravitational context. So we find that the trees respire the way the cells respire, the way that we respire. This is all part of the breathing on this planet. The key word is on this planet. That is the only part that we can see. But if you want to see if someone is lying, you have to get to the heart of the matter. You have to look at their soul. You have to look at their true intention. Words lie. Words are based on a knowledge that is known. So if I tell you what you want to hear, that is knowledge that you already know. But if I tell you what you need to know and you get offended, so oopsie, I don't want to offend you, so I'm going to tell you a flowery story. And then I'm lying to you. I'm really doing a disservice in that regard. So we're having frank discussions about that, because when we're talking about the knowledge, there has to be a coordination. There has to be a systematic explanation and an answer to this. So when you look at the amino acids, it's not like a lion tamer walks into a cage and, rah, sit Simba, I am brave, I am going to dominate a lion. That's not the way it happens. Try and train this omega 3, 6, and 9. Try and train it. Fold for me. Yes. Get the whip out, beat it. You can't do that. What you have to do is offer an aerobic environment and say, oh, now I have something to engage with, something that is common to me. Alpha linolenic acid. Omega-3 is absolutely essential for the production of oxygen, and in turn, production of water, in turn, production of protein. Now you have construction and reconstruction and the continual action. It's the delay in consequences which is affecting the outcome. Oh, I tried this and, it didn't work. Really? Well, how did you give it a chance? Yeah, I tried it for a week. Well, when your healing takes 2 weeks and you only tried it for a week, guess what? It's like, well, I want to go on a trip, and that trip is going to take 10 hours. And you say, well, you know, I'm only prepared to go 5 hours. Well, you're not going to complete the trip. I'm sorry. So, you know, you have to kind of take it into context. Well, that's what the plasma game is all about. How about if we can do instantaneous travel? Then you don't have to wait 10 hours. You don't have to wait 5 hours. It's instantaneous. Oh, is that possible? Well, why not? Back to you, Mark.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Anyone else, any of the other participants want to raise a point, ask a question, make a statement, perhaps? When you talked about the layering earlier, Alex, in one of your backgrounds there, I was thinking, is this in a way what we're doing where we collectively gather together and sort of for the elevation of the souls of others? Is this a type of layering process that in a way we're doing in the energy dimension? As he said, together we're much stronger than individually because you have a wider spectrum of fields to offer. So that's what triggered when you said this layering. I was thinking of when we joined together at the 9 p.m. Central European time and any other time, of course, but that's when we sort of operate collectively.
You are 100% correct. And this is what we're doing with the One Nation Network, one at a time, and building it and enlisting the services of the energy that is being transmitted, right? So more is more, less is less. And this is how we're doing it.
Yeah, I think we just have to reach that tipping point where we get a few million or so many people, 5% of the planet, wishing and gathering on this energy dimension that we'll see the, as he said, the souls decide, not the physicality, but the souls haven't decided to decide yet. We're just awakening the collective awareness.
Well, let me just draw your attention to one thing that a lot of people, you know, they have these comments, you know, that makes them look like really wise people, you know. It only takes 3% of the population to create a revolution. What percentage of salt in the Dead Sea makes it dead? Do you know the answer to that?
Are you asking me? I don't know, but maybe someone else would know.
Okay, I kind of gave a clue. It's 3%. 3%. That's it.
So you're saying no life exists, but I think life does exist, probably in dimensions we're not familiar with.
No, I know, but we call it a physical Dead Sea.
Okay, I would agree with
And the
that.
content of it is water, but the content of the water holds about 3% salt. We're making Gans in the cups of life with as much as 15% salt content. Many of us with 9%, but 3% is death. So we know that we created life in the cups of life. So the moniker Dead Sea is actually a misnomer, isn't it? It's based on something that you know, we have looked at something and coined a phrase and said, "Oh, you know, it's dead," and yet we've exceeded the 3% in our cups of life, and we didn't call them the cups of death, did we? We didn't call them the cups of the pandemic. We call them the cups of life because we were able to create a gravitational context in our GANs, which was a superconductor at room temperature, drawing in the energy that we needed, and at the same time giving off energy that we needed.
Now, when you were talking earlier about eradicating an energy pack, my understanding is we didn't eradicate it, or maybe we did in its current form, but we just drained some of its energy. We did not kill that energy pack, as I understand it. So we just sort of tamed its behavior or reduced its energy to the point where it could interact without being um, detrimental to us. So I don't think we actually destroyed that energy pack. We just sort of tamed it a little bit through the fields. Yeah.
Let's put it this way. An excellent example that was brought up was a sugar cube in a cup of tea. You put in a cube and it disappears. But the tea is now sweeter. So it's not in its physical cubic state, it's in a liquid state. So it used to be one thing, now it's something else. So there is no killing. This is a concocted, manufactured word that has no meaning. It's like garbage. You can't throw it away. You can't kill something. All you can do is transform it into some other energy. And because of the state of equilibrium, you as the killer cannot avoid the consequences that result in that, because you have depleted that energy and you've depleted yourself at the same time. You're not immune. And just because there was a delay in the consequences, I mean, imagine what that does to your guilt. Oh, isn't that what they call PTSD? Where you get this big bad soldier that is heavily trained and burdened with all this equipment and guns and everything, and with his courage and bravery and coordination, goes out and he does his job, and then he comes back and nothing could conquer him until he personally commits suicide because there was a delay in consequences. Oh, I'm a killing machine. Are you? Well, that killing machine ended up killing themselves as a form of equilibrium. That is not justice. That is abuse. So there's a big difference. So as the One Nation, One Network is trying to show, we're eliminating that abuse through justice.
Maybe it'd be a good time just to bring up the game and show others this game.
I have another question.
Please.
Yeah. Mr. Keshe, with COVID, he said we were transforming the virus. There was no need to kill anything. And I always had a question about that, because I didn't think you kill anything, just like what you just said. It's just a transformation. It's a different kind of transformation. Like I use MMS and it just draws electrons away from things. That's just a transformation. It's not killing, but it ends up appearing like killing, or we talk about it like killing. What is killing?
Yeah, and I think it's the same with humanity. We're just sort of creating different energies or draining some of our aggressive nature in a way that we become peaceful.
Yeah, I just don't understand what it is. What is killing? Or like when they cleaned up after Fukushima, they had things interact with what was there and change it. And like if we take an antibiotic, that is probably just also some kind of a way of transforming things. So what is killing? I don't know what it is.
Exactly.
Well, it's also healing. Yeah.
Yeah, and remember that with that example of Fukushima you brought up, that plant was up and running within 2 weeks. And when you look at the half life of a radioactive substance, 25,000 years. Oh, is 25,000 years 2 weeks? Maybe it's close. So something was wrong in our teaching. We're using the wrong words in the wrong context. So yeah, your point is, bang on. Excellent. Thank you. Mark, I see you've taken the screen, so thanks everybody for allowing us to continue to present in here, and thank you all for your contributions. It's what makes us the Keshe American Knowledge Team so strong and contributes to the overall Keshe Foundation and all the knowledge seekers around the world. So let's keep it going.
So this is the actual game. We put the link in the chat. You can sign up or create a name and a password for yourself. It's only the beta version, so you can learn how to play and operate, become familiar with the planet a little bit more. It's all linked to the wiki where you can read about the you can read about different locations and populations and sort of get a feel for the planet. Again, for me, it's becoming a little bit of a smaller planet where I start to become a little bit familiar, even by hearing news reports when they say Myanmar or they say Thailand or other places, Vietnam. I can sort of picture it right now in a map, and I think this is how the transmutation process will start once the energy is added to this game. But again, you can do a lot with this game, as much of the technology is going to be embedded and used through this virtual game. And you teach yourself to become peaceful and enlightened in a way.
I still have something to add to that.
Please.
I'm thinking maybe it's the malevolent intention, or in that regard, the emotion that we connect with it. But I still don't understand it. How that, when eating an apple, how that hurts the apple or doesn't hurt the apple. You know, it's not clear to me. Because in that instance, I don't have a.
Are you seeing yourself as equal to the apple?
No, I'm different.
Okay. I thought all the souls were equal. I mean,
so we talk about souls, but doesn't each molecule or each atom inside of that stuff has a soul? So what are we killing?
Yeah. No, you're just releasing it before its maturity point. As Mr. Keshe once said, try not to disturb a soul in motion.
Don't disturb a soul in motion.
Right. And of course, we have a habit of doing that quite often and think we're doing the right thing, but perhaps we don't know the full working of what the soul is doing and for what reason. As Mr. Keshe said with one of the knowledge seekers that wanted to leave, and Mr. Keshe said, we have to honor your soul. It wants to be in a different place, in a different position, even though we could do something in the physicality for you to stay here. We have to sort of honor that. So if the apple had the ability to eat you, and we turn the tables, so to speak, would you like being eaten and taken out of your structure and being consumed? Where, again, the idea is you haven't allowed the soul to mature, and therefore, in a way, as I see it, kind of indented soul now has to go out into the universe and try to exist without its maturity that it was supposed to reach at this level. So that's just the way I'm looking at it. And I think, again, as I said in another location, that, you know, he talked about the 99 names of God, and when you reach the 100th, I think that's when you get to the C24. But we're not. The 100th would be to see all of the others as equal to yourself in a way, not greater and not lesser. And this perhaps is the 100th name of God, and this is perhaps the C24 dimension that we're not used to, or we haven't experienced because we've always thought ourselves in a way to be better than something else. But again, this is just the way I'm seeing it at this point. Which is
okay. I guess I gotta contemplate that a while longer.
Yeah, again, it's up to you. But as we know, the Creator doesn't kill or destroy anything to exist. And if we're made in that image, we certainly can do the same. But we just got too enamored with the matter state and thinking it's the beginning and the end. And just amazing to hear ancestors were far more advanced than we are today, even though we have the plasma TVs and the cell phones and nuclear power plants. They were far more advanced in the energy dimension. This is what Mr. Keshe is bringing us back to, this understanding of the energy dimension, which again, you can't see it, sort of, you can feel it, but you can't touch it in the rest. And so when you go to explain that, it just, to, let's say, the unwashed, even though their soul understands it completely, the soul of physicality actually rejects it in a way. Or maybe it understands it and it's just the physicality that. So slowly, gradually, the fields are changing. The soup is going to become more tastier in a way for all of us. And that's the job of the universal teacher and those associated, I think, with this process. And we all have the opportunity to make the change. Not only in ourselves, but in the whole structure of what's going on. But as Mr. Keshe said, you find peace within yourself first, or some sort of balance. And again, the sun hasn't mastered it, and perhaps the Creator hasn't mastered it either. Just the idea of being able to tame certain things or to bring something back into balance that constantly goes out of balance. So if the sun is constantly readjusting itself or moving millions of miles to accommodate the balance of the solar system, perhaps we need to learn how to work with that a little bit deeper and balance those emotions when they appear. But this is the game of peace and enlightenment. This is what Mr. Keshe is referring to in the store. This will be embedded as one of the combinations of things in the One Nation Network. And so you're all, this is how they're going to bring, or 1 billion people and more will bring themselves out of poverty by playing this game. And I think it'll be your new supermarket, your new power plant, your new wellness center, and probably your new travel center as more and more of this gets embedded within the game. And of course, your growth in the knowledge area as well. When he went through the compression technology, he said that understanding would be embedded in the game. So that probably plus other universal understandings as you just play the game. Background fields are probably interacting, and more will be added to complete this process, as well as the land and the atmosphere and the soul of this planet by creating this grid network. And as he said, it's not just for this planet. This grid will extend across the universe, if you can imagine that. So we're, again, at the pinnacle of technology, probably, at least in this part of the universe. And we're very humbled to be here and just to observe how a teacher who's been doing this for millions of years around the universe is approaching this. Now, every case may be slightly different, just like when you go to court, you may have a certain charge and another person has the same charge, but the results may be different. So it's amazing and beautiful to watch the work of a universal teacher. And even the other universal teachers, as they do have meetings, apparently, somehow on the energy dimension, we're quite impressed of the way humanity is being brought along with such patience, but yet so thoroughly. Anyone else would like to add anything else? I'm going to play the final disclaimer. Perhaps before I do, we did look at the World Peace Treaty, of course, today, and this is what it's all about, you finding peace within yourself. And then, of course, I think as you start to do this work, play this game, you'll become, again, as you become the giver. Remember, Mr. Keshe said, we all receive basically the same. It's what you send out that, in a way, creates those waves and those differences. So as you connect the peace treaty with the game and with the, hello, Kitty, with many things, you can become proud of the work you do, and you'll be proud of the person you are, and you'll be proud of the difference you're making. Again, we may not see it manifest in the physicality immediately, but we know that the fields are in motion, and you're responsible for, in a way, creating that and sending those out. And so we thank you for that. Working with the plasma is quite easy, but we haven't really fully mastered the total understanding. As Mr. Keshe said, there's emotions and colors and carbons that we have not yet experienced. So there's a much deeper level of understanding that's coming slowly, collectively. But a lot of this, as I see it, will be brought through the gameplay as they embed certain things, technologies within certain systems to bring about certain conditions, or let's say touch up the soup that the creation made a little bit off, let's say, causing us to do many funny things on this planet, and so on and so forth. And then, of course, we have the three wise men tying in the World Peace Treaty to the thinking, speaking, and acting, which again, it's up to you to sort of investigate that, but you create a beautiful shielding. And I think you create hormones of satisfaction in a way when you give rather than take. That creates another hormonal condition that wants to take more. So we're learning step by step, and thank goodness Mr. Keshe is quite patient with the whole process, and to bring it to, this has been his mission in a way, and to bring it to its full conclusion. And then, of course, we have the work in the universe to work on as well. So it's just an amazing world of knowledge, universal knowledge that's being shared with us that no one, to me, has ever put it in such a succinct, comprehensive, but yet, in a way, slightly elusive nature. But that elusiveness will be tempered by the gameplay and a combination of other things, so that we'll all reach this position of peace and enlightenment. I'm going to play the final disclaimer unless someone else has something else to say. Thank you all again for being here. We appreciate your presence. And as we know, the souls have moved our physicality in and around the Keshe Foundation, even if you're just dabbling with it, if you're wondering, as I did for a long time, whether this was correct, not correct, and so on and so forth. But I've always had the feeling, and there's a special delivery Mr. Keshe has in his words and his combination of words, and using his soul apparently to transfer. But now it'll go to an even deeper transferring of this knowledge, as all the workshops will be embedded in the soul of the man as you continue to work through this One Nation, or the ONN network. So there's much more enjoyment to come for all of us and humanity as a whole, and of course the universe. Any other thoughts? Any questions? Thank you all again. We'll see you in one of the future meetings, whether it's a testimonial, a One Planet, a Knowledge Seekers Workshop, or perhaps even the Reactor Group or one of the other language communities. So you can see how this is building up slowly and gradually to become this One Nation network. And if people want to be part of it, they're welcome to. If they want to still operate in the concrete jungle, they're welcome to as well. We may operate in both, but I think over the longer term, we're going to be moving more and more into the One Nation network, as the Keshe coin will become the effort of the man to make his life less harsh. And you earn those coins through the gameplay. And then, of course, spend them within the Keshe Foundation store for little things, or perhaps even bigger things. All right, that was enough. If there's no other thoughts or comments, we're going to play the final disclaimer and the session will come to an end. Thank you all again. Have an amazing rest of your day, and continue to play the game of, and spread the game of peace and enlightenment. As Mr. Keshe said, this is the biggest gift he could give humanity. So let's play and enjoy. Thank you all.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.